Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. I just want to make sure we are actually live and you guys can hear me. So I'm going to go ahead and hop on. I uploaded my well, I uploaded my best players available for day 2 recently. Okay. You guys can hear me. Pretty late. So I meant to record my best players available last night or early this morning. I didn't do either. I got distracted, got a little lazy. But if you want to go check that out, go ahead. I'm actually going to pull up my spreadsheet that I have on each prospect, just so I can keep track of my best available players here. And yeah, so let's go ahead. Let's go to my big board. My best. Well, okay. We have to do this a little bit. My best player available right now is Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell is an elite receiver, and I think that a lot of people might not realize. Well, actually, I feel like a lot of people might realize that. I'm surprised he didn't go in round 1. I think he has the potential to be a true number 1 receiver. And what I mean by that is I think you look at his 40 time. Here, I have it right here. Adonai Mitchell, my 20th best player, ran a 4.34 40-yard dash at the combine. He's got the speed, route running, maybe a little bit of character concerns. That is what has come up in, I guess, the recent days. But to me, I think Adonai Mitchell would be a great pick. Unfortunately, the Broncos, we don't have a pick, so I doubt we get him. But who would I like? I would like for the Broncos, honestly, to go a receiver. That's just my personal preference. I want either Adonai Mitchell. I think that Troy Franklin could be an option. I think Keon Coleman's going to go pretty early. But yeah, I need to get to the actual draft channel because I was on the countdown to the NFL draft today, which I hopped on about half an hour before the draft. They were talking about the quarterbacks, which quarterbacks has the best situation. They like the situation that Bo Nix is in because our offensive line was a solid offensive line last year. You know, we got 2 great guards, Quinn Miners being the best. We got Ben Powers. The center and Lloyd Cushenberry, obviously he's gone. He's with the Titans now. So we got Bo Nix's college center from last year in not Jackson Power Johnson. He is available to draft this year, but I have a feeling the Chargers might go him because Corey Linsley retired. I don't know how they feel about their center position. I know they just signed someone, but I don't know. I think it's Bozeman is who the Chargers signed, but I wouldn't mind either of them. Or Jackson Powers Johnson, I don't think we should draft. I personally want a receiver, a tight end. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So receiver, tight end, edge rusher, cornerback, I wouldn't mind. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't want a safety. I'm not a fan of this safety class at all. I don't want an inside backer, an off-ball linebacker. There's some good ones, but I don't think we should go in that direction. I personally want a wide receiver. That's who I want. If we look at the receivers, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, Brian Thomas, my top 4 are gone. Xavier Worthy's gone. Xavier Legette is gone. So to me, I want either Adonai Mitchell, but I think that's probably going to be off the table. And then Troy Franklin, I wouldn't mind pairing him back up with Bo Nix, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey. There's some good receivers back. There's still some good receivers, and that's personally the direction I want to go. It's that or tight end. Those are the 2 that I want to go, at least personally. Those are my personal opinions. All right. Yeah, it wasn't super entertaining last night after the Broncos pick because personally, I was excited. I wanted to look up as much Bo Nix information as I could that I wasn't really focused, and so I'm sorry about that, but I'm also excited about Bo Nix, dude. I really am. I remember back his freshman year after his freshman year at Auburn, he was projected to be a potential first overall pick. Obviously, kind of regressed after that. Um, yeah, I mean, personally, sorry, I got distracted. His freshman year, thought he was solid at Auburn, regressed those last 2 years, transferred to Oregon, and had a great final 2 seasons. And so, yeah, Bo Nix is the future franchise quarterback of the Broncos. I was thinking of getting the new jersey for him, but I kind of want to wait for the throwbacks to go on sale to get the throwback for Bo Nix. But I also want to get a new jersey, so I got to think of who I want. Because I have two Pat Surtain jerseys of the old orange one and the old Color Rush. Do I want another Pat Surtain one? I mean, he's like the face of the franchise. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm hoping we trade up. That's my hope. And okay, I was gonna say my quality just went downhill right now. But this is typically the time that a lot of people are hopping online in my neighborhood. And I don't have fiber here. I do not have fiber. So that is an issue. I'm checking the speed right now. What I care about right now, well, I care about the download speed because that's how I'm getting and watching the stream. But then the upload speed is important because that's how I'm streaming to you guys. And if the upload speed dips, well, then that's not going to be super great. I mean, I got decent upload speed right now. It's kind of fringe for streaming right now. Very fringe. So yeah, I don't know. This might be a little bit interesting. This will be interesting because it's fringe. It was above and now it's below. Well, I'll just have to give it time to adjust. I'll just close everything that I don't need open, I guess. Like I'm not going to be watching my stream because I can see my chat from the software. Yeah. But man, I would love to see the Broncos trade up for Adonai Mitchell. We wouldn't have a whole lot of picks this year. It wouldn't cost any future picks. I think it would probably cost our third round pick, our fourth round pick. Maybe we have three fifth round picks, so maybe one of them. But I wouldn't mind getting Adonai Mitchell personally. That would be my guess because we don't pick till pick 76 today. We do not pick till pick 76, and we are at 33. So we are about 43 picks away from our next selection unless we trade up. And if Sean Payton wants his guy, I expect him to go get him. All right. You guys saw my big board. My top 5 players still remaining are Adonai Mitchell, Jer'Zhan Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jackson Powers Johnson, and Cooper DeJean. I think all of them go very early, but if the Broncos can land one, I would not mind it. I'm personally not as high on Cooper DeJean as a lot of people are, so I prefer maybe not that one, but I mean, I say that one as in, but I prefer not Cooper DeJean, but I mean, if we got him, I would still be hyped because he is a first round prospect, but I'm not as high on as other people, I should say. So, yeah. But we have our franchise quarterback, hopefully, in Bo Nix. Yeah, we'll see. Again, my personal preference would be to either grab a tight end. My guy is Jaheim Bell. I would love to get Jaheim Bell, pure receiver, not really a blocker at the tight end position. Wouldn't mind Jatavian, JT Sanders, Theo Johnson, Ben Sinnott. Wouldn't mind those guys. But my hope is getting a receiver. I think Adonai Mitchell's going to be gone. Keon Coleman. The top 3 guys, and it's unrealistic, but who I want is Adonai Mitchell, Keon Coleman, and Troy Franklin. Those would be the 3 ideal ones. We would have to trade up to get them. So it's kind of unreasonable, and I don't think we will. But if we wind up with one of those 3 receivers, I would be absolutely hyped. Preferably, I would want Adonai Mitchell as my first choice. then Troy Franklin to pair up with Bo Nix as my second, and then Keon Coleman. But you can't complain about either, in my opinion. We will also be live tomorrow for day 3 bright and early. That was going to be a grind. For the past few seasons, I've always done the full day 1, day 2, and then I want to do day 3, but I'm dead, and so then I just end the stream early after like the 4th, 5th round, but I'm hoping to get through it this year. They're doing an announcement of the future of football. I see the Broncos kid on the far right. That's cool. I don't know if those are their actual favorite teams. I'd assume, or if they just... Oh, it's probably their flag football team. It's a regional tournament, so I'd assume it's just their team. I don't know if that's their actual favorite team, but it's the flag football team they play on. Goodell's just opening up day 2. It's J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings quarterback, is they're honoring the national champion Michigan Wolverines. There are the Wolverines. That's cool. That's cool. Obviously, I wanted the Broncos to draft J.J. McCarthy, but I am happy with Bo Nix. I'm happy. Because to me, it was always a given that Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels would be gone. I liked Drake May, but I kind of figured he would be gone too. Wanted McCarthy or Bo Nix. Didn't want Penix, but I was going to be happy with McCarthy or Bo Nix, and I'm happy, dude. I'm happy. I like Bo Nix. I think he fits Sean Payton's offense very, very well. And from the things that were reported from Benjamin Albright, Adam Schefter, with how he was able to retain the information and learn the playbook, go into the classroom the next day, and when he was tested on it, he excelled, went out to the football field, excelled there too. So if this was their guy, I'm happy. I wanted Sean Payton to get his guy. I thought that was J.J. McCarthy, and that was my guy too. But I'm happy with Bo Nix. That's clearly his guy. He was the quarterback number 3 ranked on their board. All right, the draft is officially open. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Yep, Buffalo Bills are on the clock. You can see I added a round counter so we know what round it is. I'm probably going to have to delete the first round later because I think there is a character count that I'll have to just figure out. But Buffalo Bills have 6 minutes on the clock. I got a Bills fan. He wanted Adonai Mitchell last night. Didn't get him, but he can get him. He can have his team get Adonai Mitchell right here. To me, I think it's going to probably be Keon Coleman from the reports I've gotten, but I think they should go with Adonai Mitchell right here. That's who I think they should go. But we will see. Of course, it is 8 minutes. So first round is 10 minutes you get on the clock. Second round is 8 minutes, and then it's 5 minutes in the third round. And then I think when we get to day 3, I think you get like 3 minutes or something like that. I can't remember. But here, tonight I am watching the cast with Nick Saban in it. And it's interesting to hear him talk about the draft because he's the greatest college football coach of all time. And so he really knows these guys. And so I'm just all ears. I'm just all ears. They're showing a bunch of Alabama second-round players. I was like, why isn't Why isn't Surtain up there? But of course, he was a first-round pick. All right, the Bills have still not picked their player yet. They have 523. They're showing Adonai Mitchell. Could he be the pick right there? That's if the Broncos trade up, that's who I'm wanting right now is Adonai Mitchell. They're showing the best available wide receivers. I agree with Adonai Mitchell here. Obviously started at Georgia and then transferred to Texas. Now they're showing a Georgia receiver in Ladd McConkey. He is my fourth best receiver available, I think. And then Keon Coleman's my third best available receiver. Started at Michigan State, transferred to Florida State. Now they're showing another Washington wide receiver in Jalen Polk. I think he could be a realistic option for the Broncos. Maybe fall into the top of the third round of the Broncos trade up into the second round at some point. But the Bills have about 4 minutes left, just over. It's 4 minutes, 15 seconds at the time that I am seeing this. But yeah, I'm going to move the camera up so it doesn't, or down so it doesn't look like I'm leaning into nothing. You can see my microphone is right here. But good luck to my friend who's a Bills fan. You got 4 minutes left. I've heard there's a possibility that they could trade this pick. But we will see. We will see. Just texting my Buffalo Bills friend, wishing him some good luck with this pick here. 3:40 left. Showing the running backs now with Jonathan Brooks. Great running back, is coming off of an ACL injury, so that it could be a factor. And then now they're showing Trey Benson, who I like. Show Braylon Allen. That is my number one running back. That's my uncle's guy. He's been on him since he was recruited. Started in the bowl game for Wisconsin at 17 years old. The pick is officially in for the Buffalo Bills. Who are they going here? I think they need a receiver. They don't have Gabe Davis. They don't have Stephon Diggs. They don't have Isaiah McKenzie anymore. So they need a wide receiver here. I would go Adonai Mitchell. That's who I would take. But do the Buffalo Bills feel differently here? Do they feel differently here? So the Buffalo Bills pick is in. The New England Patriots are officially on the clock. I'll be honest, I want the Broncos to trade up for a receiver, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it happens. One sec, I'm just texting my Bills friend. He said he's nervous. He's nervous about the pick. All right. Phil Yates is saying there's going to be a wide receiver run. So if the Broncos want to pair Bo Nix and Troy Franklin up, got to trade up. Obviously, I don't know if that's what they want. But, if they do want to go that direction. Oh, dude, I forgot to wear my Broncos jersey. Come on. Let me go throw that on real quick. Actually, I think the pick is coming. I'll go throw my Broncos jersey on after the pick is in. I might be behind some people, by the way, because I'm watching ESPN on my browser. And so I think the web is delayed from the actual broadcast. Or if you're watching on ABC or you're watching on, what's it called? If you're watching on like Fubo or something. All right, here's the Bill selection. All right, they're doing some Buffalo Bills real. All right, here's the Bill selection. Keon Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State. There it is. Didn't have the greatest combine, ran a pretty slow 40, but yeah, that's a great pick. I would have preferred Adonai Mitchell. That's who I have as the best receiver and best player, honestly, still available. But yeah, the New England Patriots are on the clock. I'm gonna go ahead and throw on my Broncos jersey real quick. Last night I wore the what's it called? I wore the old Color Rush uniform. Now I'm just wearing the old jersey in general. This was actually a gift from my parents, but they decided to get an XL jersey, so this thing is huge on me. I need a large jersey, bro. I low-key might switch it after. Oh, the Patriots have traded the pick. We got a trade alert. The Patriots trade the pick too. Who is coming up? The Los Angeles Chargers. The Chargers have just traded up to the 34th pick, the second pick of the 4th round. Who is this going to be for? Could this be for Adonai Mitchell? I would hate that. I would hate that. Please don't go Adonai Mitchell. Please don't go Adonai Mitchell. Oh, man, I'm nervous now. The Chargers have traded up. We'll see what happens. Okay, now my internet is going slow. All right, who's it going to be? My guess would be for Adonai Mitchell, and I hope it is not Adonai Mitchell. Oh, man. Please not someone I want. Please not Adonai Mitchell. Please not Kool-Aid McKinstry. Honestly, not Cooper DeJean either. I might not be as high on him as some people are, but I think he's still a great player. Please not Troy Franklin either. Come on. Chargers. I think they could also go maybe Jackson Powers Johnson here. With obviously Corey Linsley retiring. So who could this be? The pick is in for the Chargers. Obviously, the Cardinals are now officially on the clock. So all right, who do the Chargers select here? We're still waiting for the commish. The pick is officially in for the Chargers. After this pick comes in, I'm going to want to go switch out this huge jersey on me for the throwback jersey because I like that jersey. I like it. I like the aesthetic. It's not huge on me like this jersey is. But here's the selection for the Los Angeles Chargers. Here's the Charger selection. The Los Angeles Chargers select Ladd McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia. Wow. That's a great pick for them. I was a little bit lower on him. I think he goes in this range. I absolutely think he deserves to go in this range. I just had Adonai Mitchell and Troy Franklin and those two guys specifically over him, and maybe some other guys. The Cardinals are on the clock. I'm going to go switch out the jerseys real quick, and then I'll let you know who I had above McConkey. All right. We got the Color Rush jersey back on. They're showing a Lad McConkey kind of thing. I don't know what to really say. But above Lad McConkey, I only have Troy Franklin and Adonai Mitchell. Yeah, those were the only two I had above him. So, yeah, we'll see. I'd love if the Broncos, if we traded up for one of those guys, obviously. But, yeah, I don't think... All right. Cardinals have 3 minutes left on the clock, dude. My hairs got messed up from taking my jerseys on and off and on and off again, but... All right. There is 2 minutes, 45 seconds left for the Cardinals selection. Here at pick number 35. Are the Cardinals looking to trade too? The Cardinals are trading. I'm kind of hoping the Broncos, but I'm highly doubting it. But we'll see. To the Falcons. The Falcons are now on the clock after selecting Michael Penix Jr. Now the Falcons are on the clock. Atlanta, who are you selecting here at pick 35 in the second round of the 2024 NFL Draft? You going to help out Kirk Cousins? Are you going to get Adonai Mitchell? That would be a smart move. Played in Georgia before, obviously with the Bulldogs. Atlanta's in Georgia. They could stay here. Wouldn't mind that. I think that would be a great pick. I would think that would be absolutely a great pick if they go Adonai Mitchell here. But we will have to see who the Atlanta Falcons select this season. Some other people had tried to trade up to get Lad McConkey, apparently. There's the Chargers draft room for Lad McConkey. All right, here's the trade for... So the Chargers get the 2024 second-round pick, which they selected Lad McConkey, and a fifth-round pick. The Patriots receive pick 37 and a fourth-round pick. The Falcons pick is in. This has to be Adonai Mitchell, dude. Adonai Mitchell should not be available right now. He should not be available. Is that there's a kid in there with a Texas jersey. What looks to be a Texas jersey. I'm not going to say it is. Is it? Is that an Adonai Mitchell jersey in the Falcons war room? It very well could be. I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but I don't know. I think this pick should be Adonai Mitchell. Looks like I think that's Arthur Blank, their owner, talking to the pick. But the Cardinals received they didn't receive the 35th pick. They received I think they got the trade information flipped. But I think the Cardinals received a second-round pick, 43, and a third-round pick to move up. And then the Falcons received this 35th overall pick and a sixth-round pick. They have the graphic mixed up. They definitely do on the screen. But we'll see. We will see. Who is the selection for the Falcons? We are still waiting for the commish. Here's the Falcon selection. Whoops. Shook my monitor and camera. Sorry about that. I forgot we're not waiting for the commish. It's legends of the team. I guess not legends, but alum of the team. Here's the Falcon selection. Yeah. Rook Arororo. Wow, Rook Arororo. Oh, defensive lineman out of Clemson. That is crazy. That's a bit early for me. I had him going in the 3rd round. That's where I felt comfortable. Early 2nd, for me at least, is it's a little bit steep. It's a little bit steep. The Washington Commanders are now on the clock at pick 36. Adonai Mitchell is still available. Broncos, come on. Come on, let's trade up. I know a lot of people might not like that, fellow Broncos fans, but I want Adonai Mitchell, dude. My Bills fan friend was saying he doesn't know a bunch about Keon Coleman. I just told him to look it up because that's a great pick for them. That's a great pick for them. But Rook Arororo is officially the pick. The Commanders are on the clock. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Sean Payton to trade up for Adonai Mitchell, just get a number 1 receiver, because I don't know if Courtland Sutton is going to be here long term. You know, maybe use our 3rd round pick and trade Courtland Sutton, but I don't think Sutton is going to have a whole lot of value. We'll see. The Commanders have 2 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock, and I think we're about to go to commercial break. And I apologize for leaving so much, but once again, I'm going to run to the restroom and fix my hair real quick as we go to commercial break. All right, I'm back. I'm sorry, I'm back. The Commanders pick is officially in. I think obviously my best player available is Adonai Mitchell, and it's kind of who I want the Broncos to get. Him or Troy Franklin, although it's unlikely because our next pick is in the 3rd round. But I don't know if the Commanders go a wide receiver here. They got Jahan Dotson, who's been meh so far. They got Terry McLaurin as weapons. I think they need to go and improve their offensive line. So to me, do you go and get the best center and Jackson Powers-Johnson for your future franchise quarterback in Jaden Daniels? Let's look at my lineman rankings here. My best offensive lineman available right now is going to be, where is it? Or I guess where is he? He's going to be Jackson Powers-Johnson. The best offensive tackle, if they want to go offensive tackle, is going to be Kingsley Saimatia. He is my best available. I wouldn't mind a Kieran Amagaji or a Patrick Paul. Patrick Paul might be the pick, which I wouldn't hate in the 2nd round. I didn't like it a whole lot in the 1st round. But Kingsley Simon is my best offensive tackle. I think it's going to be him, Jackson Powers Johnson, or if they want to go receiver, Adonai Mitchell. I hope not. I hope Adonai Mitchell keeps falling so he falls into into striking range for the Broncos. But yeah. I'm sorry if anyone's chatting. I can't see any chats. I don't know if it's just my program or if no one's chatting, which is it's fine if no one is. I'm just going to go and check the stream on my phone to make sure that I'm not missing anybody's chat. I just don't want to miss anyone's chat because if they want to chat and want to talk, that's fine. Okay, yeah, no one is chatting, which is totally fine. It's totally fine. Let's set up my phone right here. Right here. All right, who are the Commanders going to go with right here? Adonai Mitchell is my best player available. We'll see if they decide to go Adonai Mitchell, but here at pick 36, the Washington Commanders are on the clock. All right, here's the Commander selection right here. I think they have Darrell Green. That's what they announced for the Commanders. Oh, the Commanders are retiring Darrell Green's jersey. Good for him. Good for him. All right. Come on. That's cool that they're announcing his retirement, but let's get this pick. Let's get this pick in. And typically, I'm someone who likes the suspense. I don't mind them taking a long time because I like the suspense and I want to weigh and, I don't mind the build-up, kind of theorizing what could happen. But, yeah, no, I'm typically not too bothered by that. But they're taking off his jacket and they're putting on a jersey right now, which is kind of like, at this point, let's just announce it. Let's just announce it already. All right. One sec. I need to go off camera real quick. All right. Here's the selection. The 36th pick for the Commanders. He's thanking Detroit. All right. All right, now he's saying something up to Washington. The DC, I guess. Come on, let's get to the announcement. Bro's just being a jabberjaw right now. Jer'Zhan Newton, defensive lineman out of Illinois. That's a great pick. The best defensive lineman available left in this class. Of course, Byron Murphy was a little bit better. I thought he was the second best interior defender in this class out of Illinois. And in my opinion, Byron Murphy was the only defensive interior that was selected last night, unless you want to include Darius Robinson. Yeah, if you wanted to include Darius Robinson, but I think of him more as an edge, but he can play the interior as well. And now at pick 37, the Patriots are on the clock. How are they going to help out Drake May? Are they going to get Adonai Mitchell? That would be an absolute steal of a pick if they select Adonai Mitchell, but I don't know. The Patriots could trade back again. Interior defender for the Commanders. Solid pick. All right. All right, here's the selection. The Patriots pick is officially in at pick 37, and my stream is buffering. All right, okay, we're back. Mike Onwenu is making the Patriots announcement, right? All right, here's the Patriots selection. Jalen Polk, wide receiver out of Washington. Dude, what did Adonai Mitchell do? What did Adonai Mitchell do? Pick 38, the Titans are on the clock. Started at Texas Tech, transferred to Washington, had a great career there. At this point, I want the Broncos to trade up for Adonai Mitchell, dude, or Troy Franklin. Adonai Mitchell should not be available with the amount of talent that he has. Come on. All right, Polk. They get a new receiver for Drake May. I would have gone Adonai Mitchell, dude, but what do I know? I'm just a guy on YouTube. But the fact that Adonai Mitchell is still available is absolutely crazy. All right. The Titans are on the clock. Well, they have been. They got 6 minutes left, just above 6:08, and the pick is officially in. They are not trading their pick. Who are they going to go here? They got Will Levis. They got a tackle in J.C. Latham last night. Who are the receivers? Did they re-sign DeAndre Hopkins? I know they have Treylon Burks, who has been meh in his career. This could be Adonai Mitchell. I say that, but he continues to fall. But I'm going to continue to say that because he's my best player on the board. He is. They don't need a center. They signed Lloyd Cushenberry in free agency. All right. Pick is in. We're at commercial break for the Tennessee Titans. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock next at pick number 39. Which they got Xavier Legette last night. Will they go another receiver? I mean, they absolutely could. But, I don't know, they have Legette and Mingo. Might want to get a couple of offensive line players, maybe. But, dude, I know I keep saying it and sounding like a broken record, but I think that the Broncos should trade up for... Dude. All right, come on. Come on. Yeah, the Broncos, we pick next at pick 76. Pick at 76 unless we decide to move up. It would be fairly expensive to move up. It would cost our 3, 4, and then maybe one of our fives to move up. But as we get lower in the draft, or as we get later into the second round, it won't cost as much because we have a top of the third round pick. We have a top third round selection. So, but man, I would absolutely love a Adonai Mitchell pick. We'll see who the Titans obviously go. It could be Adonai Mitchell here. All right, they're showing a Jeopardy commercial now. People are able to like create polls, and I just don't know how to create a poll on YouTube. I guess I'll have to figure that out. All right, we're coming back. They're talking about prospects' favorite, or if they could have a superpower, what would their superpower be? All right, here is the Titans selection. Of course, the Panthers are on the clock, and then followed by Washington again. Come on. Here's Warren Moon for the Titans. Who are the Titans going to select here at pick number 38? All right. Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle out of Texas. Wow, I thought maybe the things in the recent news might have affected him, but he goes here at pick 38 to the Titans, and that's a great pick. That's a great pick. I thought he was one of the best interior defenders, the best interior defender left after Jer'Zhan Newton went. He is a beast. He's a big dude, going to plug gaps. He's going to help stop the run. That's why you draft him, to stop the run. He'll provide some interior pressure, but he is a run defender. He's a mean dude, big dude. That's a great pick for the Titans. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. They selected, of course, Xavier Legette last night when they traded up to the last pick in the first round. And, yeah, we'll see what happens. All right. I was texting my friend who's a Bills fan trying to get some info on Keon Coleman. Oh, the Rams just traded up with the Panthers. I did not realize that. The Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock at pick 39. Obviously, well, they got 5 minutes left to submit their pick, but obviously it's going to be submitted if they trade up. And then the Washington Commanders will be up next, followed by the Green Bay Packers. According to Field Yates, the Rams need a corner, a defensive tackle, a wide receiver. Those are the top three needs. I missed the other two. I was talking a little bit too slow there. But 5 minutes remaining or just over. The pick just came in. The Washington Commanders are officially on the clock. We'll see. They're showing the Rams' first-round pick, Jer'Zhan out of Florida State. Oh, here's the Rams selection. They're coming out quick. They're coming out quick right now. Isaac Bruce making the selection for the Rams. I'm going to throw up the Avs game. I don't think it's on yet, but I'm going to throw it up on my phone just to see it at least. All right, here's the Rams selection. Braden Fisk, the teammate to Jer'Zhan. So the Rams go with 2 Florida State guys. Building back up that defensive line with, of course, Aaron Donald retiring. Yeah, I mean, that's a great pick. That's a great pick. The Washington Commanders are on the clock officially. But yeah, that's a great pick for the Rams in Braden Fisk. Obviously, they're pairing him and Jer'Zhan up again, and so they're building back up that pass rush. Fantastic move. I mean, you're losing a lot when, of course, Aaron Donald, maybe the best defensive tackle to ever do it, retires. But Braden Fisk is a great pick. The Commanders are back on the clock. Of course, they selected Jaden Daniels, 2nd overall, and they just selected, there's a trade, and they selected Jer'Zhan Newton. The Commanders have officially traded the pick to the Eagles. They're trading in division. I don't think this is for Adonai Mitchell, who is my best player available. It could be, and the pick is in for the Eagles. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. But they have Devontae Smith, who they just signed to a contract extension. Same thing with A.J. Brown. So who could this be? Of course, Jason Kelce just retired, and I know they have Landon Dickerson. But could this be for Jackson Powers-Johnson? This could absolutely be for Jackson Powers-Johnson here. That's my guess. Is Jackson Powers-Johnson the best center in the draft, in my opinion? And with Jason Kelce retiring, yeah, with Jason Kelce retiring, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I could see them going Jackson Powers-Johnson. They, of course, took Quinyon Mitchell, who was my number 2 corner last night. They took Quinyon Mitchell with that first pick. But the Eagles are officially on the clock. Or the pick is in for the Eagles, rather. The Packers are on the clock, followed by the Texans at 42, who will be making their first pick of the draft. Unless they trade it up. But realistically, we're at commercial break right now. I don't see the Eagles taking Adonai Mitchell. Green Bay's up next. I don't see them taking Adonai Mitchell because they have Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, and I mean, I guess Green Bay actually could, and Jaden Reed, but I don't see them taking Adonai Mitchell. And then the Texans, I don't think they need him either with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and who's their other receiver? Oh, well, now they have Stephon Diggs too, of course. I wish I could. I can't pull up the draft order. I want to see who could take DeJean in front of us, but or not DeJean. Needs to take Adonai Mitchell. Jeez, I don't know why I said Cooper DeJean. The fact that Adonai Mitchell's still on the board is absolutely crazy to me. The one thing that I did see on Adonai Mitchell was that he's uncoachable. Obviously, I don't know that personally because I've never spoken to him or any coaches, so I'm not going to judge him based on that. I'm judging purely based off of talent here. But Adonai Mitchell, in my opinion, should have gone in the 20s, and we are in the 40s now. Pick has been in for the Eagles for a while here. We're just waiting for them to get back from commercial break. Just waiting for commercials to get over. I feel like they take forever with these commercials. I guess they're waiting to stockpile picks here. Waiting for a couple to come in so then they can announce them all together, is my guess. But man, this is crazy. All right, the pick is in for the Eagles. We're officially back. We're officially back. Let's see who they select here at pick number 40. I think that's Brandon Graham announcing the pick. Yeah, it is Brandon Graham. All right, here's the Eagles selection. All right, here's the Eagles selection. I can't believe they did an interdivision trade. I forgot about that. It's been so long. Cooper DeJean. Wow. Wow. I did not see that coming with them taking Quinion Mitchell. With them going to, or with them taking Quinion Mitchell last night. Wow, they trade up for DeJean. I think they go another corner in Kool-Aid McKinstry, or they go for Powers Johnson. See, SG, I thought they were going to go Jackson Powers Johnson, the Eagles, because Jason Kelce retired. That's who I thought the Eagles were going to go. But they go another corner. I mean, they already have Darius Slay, and I mean, they selected Quinion Mitchell last night too. Oh, you thought they were going to go another corner? Dang. I didn't think they were going to go another corner. Because they have obviously Darius Slay. They have, dude, why is his name blank in my mind right now? Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing right now. I'm just looking it up right now. But they added Quinion Mitchell, so to me that's interesting. It's they have Darius Slay and James Bradbury. James Bradbury as well. That's interesting to me. But the Packers are officially on the clock here at pick 41. We'll see what they do. Who'd they go last night? They went Jordan Morgan, the offensive tackle. Oh, just kidding. The Packers just traded it to the New Orleans Saints. They just traded pick 41 to the New Orleans Saints. Who are they going to select here? You know, I personally want the Broncos to get Adonai Mitchell. That's kind of my guy, best player available, and I would like to add a weapon for Bo Nix. But, I mean, he could go here to the Saints. Yeah, he's my best player available. The only thing I've heard on him was that he is uncoachable, but I don't know him, so I'm not going to judge him based off of that. But we'll see. Here's the Saints selection. The Houston Texans are officially on the clock. Is this Taysom Hill? I think this is Taysom Hill making the announcement. All right, here's the Saints selection. It is Taysom Hill. All right, here's the selection now. Kool-Aid McKinstry. That's a great pick. I loved Kool-Aid. I thought he could have been a first-round pick. That's a great pick for them. Great pick. Easily could have been a first-round pick, in my opinion. He is coming off of an injury, so I do understand the dropping a little bit. But, yeah. Oh, my goodness. My stream just froze. Or not my stream. I guess my stream of the draft just froze. And now Nick Saban, his college coach, is talking about him. Good for him. Good for him. Dude, I think I'm doing a speed test, dude, because my internet just absolutely might have just crudded out. Which, by the way, if it ever does that, I'll restart the stream, which I hope it doesn't. The Texans pick is officially in, by the way. Okay, I think we're good. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Oh, my goodness. And then I just see the Raiders. I don't think they would take Adonai Mitchell, but I really don't want Adonai Mitchell to go to the Raiders or the Chiefs. Anyone in the division, if it's not the Broncos, I don't want Adonai Mitchell going there. All right, here's the Texan selection. I'll acknowledge that in just a second, SG. Kamari Lassiter. I liked Lassiter. I did like Lassiter. Cornerback out of Georgia. GE. So they're probably jumping the Texans for that pick. And then at pick 43, the Cardinals. Yeah, SG, I hope the same thing. I hope they take Rattler. They were left with no first-round quarterback last night. To me, my next best available quarterback is Jordan Travis, but obviously he's coming off of an ACL, so I don't know if the Raiders would want that. I mean, he'd probably sit behind Gardner Minshew for the year, kind of like what the Lions did with Hendon Hooker. But yeah, I hope they get Spencer Rattler or Joe Milton or someone like that, because I'm not a Rattler fan personally. All right, the pick is in for the Cardinals here at 43. At this point, with how late we're getting, it wouldn't require a whole lot. We have one of the, I wouldn't say top picks, but we have a top, I'd say third pick in the third round. I would not mind trading up for Adonai Mitchell. I know that technically we're good at receiver, but I don't know. Cortland Sutton, I think he's on the final year of his deal. We have Josh Reynolds, have Marvin Mims, but I'd like to add another guy. I would like to add another guy to that room personally. But the Raiders are officially on the clock. According to Phil Yates, the Cardinals need our offensive tackle, cornerback, a center or a guard, a defensive tackle, and a linebacker. And we're back to a commercial break here. The commercial breaks this year have been extremely long, in my opinion. They've been way longer than in years past. There's a chance we trade Sutton to the Steelers. Hopefully not. Um, I mean, I wouldn't mind that if we were to draft his replacements. If we were to draft Troy Franklin and Adonai Mitchell, I don't. I wouldn't mind it personally. I mean, I would be okay with keeping Sutton too, but if we traded him and then drafted his replacement being either Adonai Mitchell, Troy Franklin, those would be my two preferences. The other guys are, um, there's Roman Wilson. Yeah, no, it would have to be if we drafted Adonai Mitchell or Troy Franklin, I would be okay with it. Otherwise, I would probably hold off. That would be my that's my saying, or I guess not saying. That's my 2 cents. Mitchell or Franklin, I would be okay with it. If not, let's keep him. All right, here's the Cardinals. Well, actually, I'm saying that we're still at commercial break. Select commercial break. Raiders are on the clock, followed by the Packers. I'm actually, let me, on the second monitor, let me pull up the 2024 NFL draft order. Got my best prospects available on this screen. Let's pull up the draft tracker to see the order. So, yeah, it's the Cardinals. Their pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock, followed by the Packers. Oh, my goodness. Why does it keep scrolling? Followed by the Packers, Colts, Giants, Jaguars, Bengals, Commanders, Steelers, Panthers, Commanders again, Browns, Dolphins, Cowboys, Buccaneers, Packers, Texans, Bills, Lions, Ravens, Niners, and Chiefs to end the second. And then we have the 76th overall pick. What pick is that in the, I think it's the 12th pick in the third round still. Yeah, they're showing 80 Mitchell right now. 80 Adonai Mitchell, whatever you want to call him. We'll see. All right, here's the Cardinals selection. Well, I think. Because we're back. Field Yates is on the screen right now. I'm watching the ABC broadcast tonight. I was watching I think it was just I can't remember which one it was, but it was one with, I think it's the NFL Network with Mel Kiper. And I don't mind that one, but I kind of want to listen to Nick Saban. All right. All right, here's the Cardinals selection. All right, here's the Cardinals selection. All right, come on. Max Melton, cornerback out of Rutgers. That is a little bit early for me. I will not lie. Max Melton, cornerback out of Rutgers. I don't think it's a horrible pick, but to me, that was a little bit early. Of course, Bo Melton was drafted a few years ago by the Seahawks, I believe, and now he's on the Packers. But now the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, and don't take Adonai Mitchell or Troy Franklin. Take Spencer Rattler. A lot of people have been mocking him in the second round. I think he's more of a third round guy. But if the Raiders want to draft a quarterback, they can. Oh, their pick is in. The Raiders' pick is in. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock, followed by the Indianapolis Colts. Very ambitious pick. Isn't even my. I agree. He's not in my top 100. He is not in my top 100. If I had to go, I have my top 20 cornerbacks. And in terms of my top 20 corners, yeah, I took him off. I took him. Actually, no, I didn't. He's my 12th best corner. 12th best corner. So this is early for me. Here's the Raiders selection. Here's Jim Plunkett. Jackson Powers Johnson. They announced him as a guard, though. To me, he's a center, but I'll list both. Jackson Powers Johnson, center guard out of Oregon. Actually, I'm just going to throw him as a center. He might play guard, but to me, he's a center. I hate to say it, but that's kind of a good pick for them. That is kind of a good pick for them. So now his college quarterback in Bo Nix is going to be division rivals. Going to be division rivals this year, and maybe for their career. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Where could they go? I feel like the Packers go off the board. I don't think they're going to take Adonai Mitchell, who is crazy that he's still here. But the reason why I think that is because I think they like their weapons with Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs. The pick is in for the Packers and Jaden Reed. Of course, they got Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft, who they drafted last year. I don't know who the Packers are going to go here. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe an offensive line, or they drafted Jordan Morgan last night, but they could go maybe an interior guy. Zach Frazier at center, best interior and best center left in the draft, in my opinion. But we'll see. Packers are on the board. The Colts are on the clock at pick 40, they're on the clock at pick 46. And then the Giants at 47. And I think the Giants at 47 in a few picks, I think they're probably going to go Spencer Rattler. But we'll see. All right, here's the Packers selection. They says they need inside linebacker. Could they go Jer'Zhan Cooper, the best linebacker in this draft? Here's the Packers selection. It's Brian Bulaga. Jer'Zhan Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M, the best linebacker in this draft. The Colts are on the clock. Inside backer, and honestly, I'm okay with that because I think the Broncos, we need an inside backer, but I did not want us to take an inside backer today. We've taken Baron Browning in 2021, converted to edge. Drew Sanders last year, converted to edge. So, yeah, I mean, we can get a solid guy later at inside backer. I did not want to take a top pick for an inside backer this year personally. But the Colts are on the clock last night. I was about to say last year. Oh, they're trading. The Colts have traded the pick. I'd like the Broncos, but I doubt it. They're trading the pick to the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers have traded up. Are they going to go for another weapon in A.D. Mitchell? They could. But the two guys that I want today are still on the board, A.D. Mitchell and Troy Franklin. A.D. Mitchell, Adonai Mitchell, whatever you want to call him. I kind of flop in between. The Panthers pick just came in. And Troy Franklin, get Bo Nix his college receiver. Could get Tez Johnson next year, but we'll see. Also, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to go to here and I'm going to increase the scroll speed a little bit. That's a little bit too much. All right. I sped up the scroll a little bit because we got 2 rounds on here. So, all right, here's the Panthers selection. The New York Giants are on the clock, and I do think the Giants are probably going to take Spencer Rattler. All right, here's the Carolina Panthers selection. All right, here's the Panthers' second selection tonight. All right, here's the Panthers selection. With the 46th pick, the Panthers select Jonathan Brooks, running back out of Texas. I mean, yeah, a lot of teams are trading back to, well, specifically tonight. Last night was a different story. But Jonathan Brooks, many people consider him the best running back in the class. I like Braylon Allen the best. But the thing about Jonathan Brooks is he's coming off of an ACL injury, right? So how much are you going to use him? You got Chuba Hubbard still. He's probably going to be your number 1 this year. But when Jonathan Brooks gets healthy, he is explosive. Unfortunately, it can be a little bit tough to come back from an ACL injury. We saw Javonte wasn't really the same last year. I'm hoping that obviously he can bounce back even stronger. But yeah, man, I think that Jonathan Brooks can be a special back, but the ACL injury kind of scares me. The Giants are on the clock, and I'm going to go check on my dogs to make sure they're still doing everything okay. And yeah, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, we're back. We're back. The pick is in for the Giants. Jalen Wright is still on the board. I think Jonathan Brooks is the first running back to go off. I'm trying to look at the picks today. I believe he's the first running back off the board though. Yeah, he's the first running back off the board. So Jalen Wright is still available. Essentially every running back except for Jonathan Brooks is still available. All right, we just went to commercial. I'm sorry for leaving once again. I got to go to the bathroom though. All right, I'm back. The Giants pick is in. We're still at commercial break. Wasn't too worried with how long commercial breaks are taking this year, but I think this pick is going to be Spencer Rattler, the quarterback from South Carolina. We'll see though. We'll see. This is taking forever. I'm not talking about the time in between the picks. I don't mind being patient and waiting for the clock to wind down and teams taking a lot of time. Doesn't bother me. I love the suspense. I love the draft. But with how long the commercials are, that's kind of what is annoying me right now. The Giants pick is in. The Jaguars are on the clock. The Bengals are behind them. We'll see. Of course, the Giants took Malik Neighbors last night. So I think if you guys saw Malik Neighbors, he was not too happy last night or today or whatever when the Giants social media posted him. Are they going to get him a potential new quarterback, or are the Giants going to ride it out with Daniel Jones and go for a quarterback in next year's draft? I'm not a fan of really any of the quarterbacks in next year's draft, if I'm honest. Um, the top five guys, in my opinion, are going to be it's going to be Quinn Ewers, Shadur Sanders. This is in no particular order. Shadur Sanders, Quinn Ewers. I like Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, and who's my fifth? Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart. Oh, and Carson Beck. Carson Beck is the fifth one in there as well. But I'm not particularly high on any of them. Maybe that will change before next year's draft, but not a huge fan of any quarterbacks next year. I mean, I like Jackson Dart the most. That's kind of my guy for the potential first quarterback off the board next year, but we can get into that at a later date. Here is the Giants selection. All right, here's the Giants selection. Tyler Nubin, the safety out of Minnesota. To me, that's early, but I'm also not a fan of any safeties in this draft. I'm just not a fan of any safeties in this draft, really. It's not a horrible pick. I would have liked him in the third round for another team. I didn't want to draft a safety. Sanders. Yeah, I said Shadur Sanders. I said Shadur Sanders. Yeah. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. I said Shadur. I do not. I'm not. I know a lot of CU fans might get pissed off. I'm not a CU fan. It's not my college. I'm from Colorado, but I'm not a CU fan, not a CSU fan, not a fan of any in-state teams. But I'm lower on Shadur Sanders than a lot of people are. So he could be the number one pick, absolutely. But I don't know. I like Jackson Dart. I think he can be the number one guy. But again, we have to play through all of next college football season before we can make a true evaluation. That's just kind of my prediction that Jackson Dart will be the number one quarterback off the board. The Jaguars pick is officially in. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, followed by the Washington Commanders again. Another commander. I guess another commander pick. Here's a Jaguars selection. That's sad. James Stewart's sister passed away last night. That's unfortunate. That's really sad. All right. Mason Smith, The defensive tackle from LSU. Really talented guy with a bunch of upside. Missed his first. He only played 7 games in his first 2 seasons due to injuries. This past season didn't play up to what everyone expected because everyone was expecting him to be a first-round pick, maybe the top defensive tackle. Didn't play up to that, obviously, but has a ton of upside and tools. Didn't play a whole lot in college, so you're betting on the upside of Mason Smith, and I like the pick. I am an LSU fan personally. But yeah, Mason Smith is a solid pick. Yeah, so I guess in terms of my college teams, there are really 2 that I support, which is my favorite team since I was a kid, which is LSU, because I turned on a game and LSU won that game. I can't remember who they were playing, and so that's when LSU became my favorite team as the Bengals pick is in. And then my other favorite team is my alma mater, Oklahoma State. I'm from Colorado, but not really a fan of any of the 2 Colorado teams. If I had to choose one, it would be CSU because my dad went there. But yeah, from Colorado, not a fan of any of the Colorado colleges, personally. But yeah, the Bengals pick is officially in. The Commanders are on the clock right behind them at 50. And we will be 26 picks away from the Broncos selection, I should say. From the Broncos selection. Unless, of course, we trade up or down. They have a special guest to make the Bengals selection here. An Iowa fan. Nice. I think I don't hate the Hawkeyes. Tight end you, honestly. All right, here's the Bengals selection. I also like Luke Lachey coming out next year at tight end. Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Okay. I think that might have been my best defensive lineman available as the Commanders are on the clock. Let's see here. I think it is what it is. I was spelling Washington both WHS and WAS for their abbreviation. But looking at my big board here for defensive linemen that were available, Byron Murphy was gone, Jer'Zhan Newton was gone, T'Vondre Sweat was gone. So yeah, Chris Jenkins was my best available. Solid pick going to Cincinnati to shore up that defensive line. I like the pick. If you were going to go defensive line, because in my opinion, who was it? The Falcons reached on Ruka Rororo, who they traded up for, who was my 7th best defensive tackle, who I liked in the 3rd, 4th round, but in the 2nd round, getting a Ruka Rororo. Yeah, I don't know. But Chris Jenkins here, I think that's a solid pick. Solid pick for the Bengals. As the Commanders are on the clock, they have 5 minutes remaining, and their pick is in. So the Steelers are officially on the clock. And at this point, I'm kind of pounding the table to trade up for Troy Franklin or Adonai Mitchell. Of course, Sean and George, they both know kind of the values of these guys, and so maybe they'll be available at our pick. But at least from a fan perspective, I'm wanting one of those guys. All right, here is the Commanders' next selection in the 2nd round. Mike Sainristil, the cornerback out of Michigan. Great player. Honestly, great player. I feel like he could be limited to the slot. That's the only thing. He's a smaller corner, a little bit undersized. So definitely could be, yeah, definitely could be a little bit of a problem with his size, limiting him to the slot, but could potentially play the boundary. We'll have to see, but he is a great football player. Great football player. Next is the Steelers, and this is where the Broncos could potentially trade Courtland Sutton to get this pick. I don't think Courtland Sutton is worth a second. I doubt he is. It would be awesome if he was, but I mean, this could be a trade-up spot if the Broncos move Sutton, which we'll see. We'll see if that happens. There's been rumors. There's not been, so we'll see, though. There's 3 minutes left on the clock for the Steelers to make a selection. They could be listening to trade calls, and if there is a trade here, I am having a little bit of hope that it could be with the Broncos, but we'll see. We'll see. We need to get Bo Nix some weapons, and in my opinion, that's Troy Franklin or Adonai Mitchell. 2:45, the pick is in for the Steelers. They will not be trading the pick. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, followed by the Commanders again. Geez, how many fourth-round picks do the Commanders have? How many do they have? I'm going back to the draft tracker because, okay, I misclicked. How many fourth-round picks do they have? Oh, this was the one they traded back with Philly. This is the one they traded back with Philly with. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But right now, it's looking like a guy could fall. Because let's see. The only receivers to have gone so far in the second round are Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Jalen Polk, and that's it. That's it. I mean, a run could absolutely start. Absolutely. But, yeah. Obviously, I personally want Adonai Mitchell because he's my best player available. And, let's see here. Graham Barton. I accidentally deleted him on my spreadsheet. Adonai Mitchell's my best player available, and I would love to pair him up. I think he is going to be a wide receiver one in the NFL, but I could also see the Broncos saying, yeah, let's pair up Bo Nix with his college teammate in Troy Franklin. If those two are available, of course. They could not be available when the Broncos are selecting, but if those two are available, I could see the Broncos wanting to go Franklin. My preference would be Mitchell, but I would not be mad at either. I would not be mad at either. All right. We're still at commercial break. I kind of tuned out how long we've been at commercial break, so we'll have to see. But, yeah. Let's see. Avs game doesn't start for another 2 hours. Still at commercial. Still at commercial. But the fact that two elite receivers are still on the board is crazy to me. I mean, in my opinion, at this point, trade our third round pick, 76, If we're going to trade. If we're going to trade up for one of these guys, 3rd round pick, trade the 5th that you got in the Judy trade, and I don't know if that would technically be enough, but we do have an early 3rd round pick to make it cost a little less, but we'll have to see. All right, here's the Steelers selection. Zach Frazier, center out of West Virginia. He was my 3rd best. He was my 3rd best interior guy. And I guess my 2nd best center, because I had Barton more as a guard, but Barton could play center. But yeah, Zach Frazier, the best center that was currently available for this pick. Good for the Steelers getting Russ a center. Maybe it's going to be for Justin Fields in the future. But Zach Frazier is the pick for the Steelers at 51. And at 52, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. The Colts are on the clock, followed by the Washington Commanders. Let's go back to the draft tracker here. It's going to be the Colts on the clock, or their pick just went in on this website. Then it's going to be the Commanders and the Browns following the Colts. We would be jumping just above 20 spots if we were to trade up at this point. I don't know. That's kind of my personal preference. The pick is in for the Colts now. That's kind of my personal preference just because I want one of these receivers. Obviously, if they're available at 6 or 76, that would be fantastic. Not moving up for one of those guys, but yeah, I don't know. They obviously, GMs know more about it than I do, but I don't know. That's my personal preference. I'd rather get one of these elite receivers than have, I don't know. More picks are fun, but if you can go get a player that you believe in and then it's elite, it can be. All right, Colts pick is in. The Commanders are officially on the clock. We'll see who they go here. All right, here's the Colts selection. All right. George Payton, I feel like, is trading down, but Sean Payton likes to trade up, so they're kind of conflicting. All right, here's the Colts selection. Here's Zaire Franklin. Adonai Mitchell. There he goes. Wide receiver out of Texas. Good pick. Good pick. Wanted the Broncos to get him here at some point. Falls to the Colts. And now my number one trade target. Yeah, they did get our guy. They did get our guy. That is quite unfortunate. But now I'm all in on Troy Franklin. All in on Troy Franklin. Would absolutely prefer. I don't know. Do they want to sweat it out? I don't even know if that's their guy, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. Commanders pick should be in. They're kind of slow in updating this graphic here. But the Commanders, well, it says they're on the clock. It says they're on the clock. Could they be trading again? But the Commanders are on the clock, followed by the Browns and the Miami Dolphins. I'll be surprised. I'll be honest. I am kind of surprised that they went Adonai Mitchell. Well, let me go look at their weapons, actually. And because obviously they have Michael Pittman. They have Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, and Alec Pierce. So I am a little bit surprised, but at the same time, Adonai Mitchell is an insane talent. So yeah, I mean, great pick. Maybe a little surprised, but I shouldn't be. The Commanders have 6 minutes, 30 seconds left. And of course, my ESPN is freezing right now. Okay, now we're good. We're back. Gonna run another speed test. Is there still McCaffrey and Corley on the board? Yeah. Luke McCaffrey is still on the board. I wouldn't mind him if we went wide receiver a little bit later. I don't know how I'd feel about him as a third-round pick. But Corley, if we went Corley in the third round, I'd be ecstatic. But my guy is still Troy Franklin. I want to pair Bo Nix up with his college receiver. But the pick is in officially for the Commanders now. This is the pick they got from trading back with the Eagles in their interdivision trade. Is there any teams ahead of us with a big wide receiver need? I mean, the Bills, the Chiefs, but they kind of addressed their guys. I don't know. I'm stressing. I'm sweating this out. I think right now my preferred picks for the Broncos would be Troy Franklin, obviously. Then I'd say Malachi Corley, I wouldn't mind. Or I wouldn't mind a tight end. My guy is Jaheim Bell. I would be ecstatic if we got Jaheim Bell. He's essentially a receiver at tight end. I think he's kind of like Brock Bowers light, essentially, in terms of his receiving. Not a great blocker, though. But you could use him in the ways you use Brock Bowers on jet sweeps, playing in the slot or as an inline tight end. Just blocking is where he struggles. But yeah, to me, it's Jaheim Bell, Malachi Corley, and Troy Franklin. Obviously, Troy Franklin being the preference there. All right, we're at commercial break now. The Commanders are on the clock, or their pick is in, rather. The Browns are on the clock, followed by the Dolphins. Here's how the second round finishes out. The Commanders' pick is in. The Browns are on the clock, and that's followed by the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Buccaneers, the Packers, the Texans, the Bills, the Lions, the Ravens, the Niners, and the Chiefs. And then we are getting into the third round. And then after the second round concludes, I will probably be removing all the first round picks. Just because there is a space limit. And I think when we get towards the end of the second round or through the somewhat into the third round, that's when the character space is going to run out. All right, we're waiting for the Commander's pick right here. All right, here's the Commander selection. There's Daryl Green again. Ben Sinnott, tight ends out of Kansas State. I kind of forgot for a second. Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State. I know a lot of Broncos fans loved Ben Sinnott. Wasn't really my guy. I would have been okay with it, but yeah, wasn't my guy. But wouldn't have minded the pick at all. But the Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock. Ben Sinnott looks like he played a little bit of hockey. Come on, let's get Bo Nix's guy. Let's go get Troy Franklin. I know I keep saying that, but that's what I want. I want to speak it into existence. Five minutes left for the Browns. Well, as I say that, the pick just goes in. The Dolphins are on the clock. Here's the Browns selection. Who's this? I'm just trying to see who's announcing right now. All right, it's Carl Nassib. For some reason, I thought it was Joe Schobert. All right, who are the Browns selecting here? Michael Hall, defensive end out of, I guess, a defensive lineman out of Ohio State. That's pretty good. He's really good at rushing the passer from the interior, but does need to work on his run support, which is kind of what, as a Broncos fan, I'm kind of looking for as a D tackle. So I liked Michael Hall, but because of his kind of lackluster performance in terms of stopping the run, I would have been okay with the pick. But if we go defensive line, I think that we need to address a guy who can stop the run. And that's why I like Justin Eboigbe, who we could definitely get in the 4th, 5th round. So Eboigbe would be a solid pick for me. If we go defensive line, not today in the 3rd round, but in the 4th, 5th round is where I would like to take Eboigbe because he excels at stopping the run. Not the greatest interior rusher, but yeah, Eboigbe out of Alabama. All right, the Dolphins are on the clock, followed by the Cowboys. Dolphins took Chop Robinson. Are they going to want to go maybe a defensive lineman to replace Christian Wilkins? That's why I thought they were going to go Jer'Zhan Newton last night. But we'll see. I forgot. I'm looking back to see who the Saints. They took Kool-Aid McKinstry with our pick. Because the Saints didn't. The pick is in for the Dolphins. The Saints didn't have a second rounder, but we traded a second rounder for Sean Payton, and so Kool-Aid ends up being part of the trade package. So the official trade for Sean Payton is, I believe it's Sean Payton and, well, actually it's not complete. It's Sean Payton and whoever, I think it's we got a third round pick this year, not last year. Was it? I can't remember. I think so. It was Sean Payton and whoever our third round pick is this year for Brian Brzee and Kool-Aid McKinstry. So that when we pick our third round pick, that is who we are going to be taking. Interesting here is that I think Field Yates, he has a couple other receivers, or at least one I saw over Troy Franklin. Here's the Dolphin selection. Here's Richmond Webb making the selection for the Dolphins. Patrick Paul, offensive tackle out of Houston. I don't hate that pick. I actually like this value for Patrick Paul as Dallas is now on the clock. But who did I have above Patrick Paul? Let's go to my big board here. Above Patrick Paul in terms of the tackles, I had, let's see, where is it? I had Kieran Amagaji out of Yale and Kingsley Siamatia out of BYU. Those were the two I had above Patrick Paul, but I like this value here in the second round for Patrick Paul. I think this is a solid pick for the Dolphins. I am a bit surprised they didn't go defensive tackle or a defensive lineman. Let's see, the best available defensive lineman for them to take, according to my board, would have been Leonard Taylor out of Miami. So it is a bit early, and then after Leonard Taylor, it's honestly Justin Aboigbe. So I think those two would both be a little bit of reaches, in my opinion. But Leonard Taylor and Justin Aboigbe, Dwayne Carter are kind of the next three I would expect to go at defensive tackle. But we'll see. I guess if they want to move Chop to the inside, but I like Chop as an edge. I love Chop as an edge. I don't think he should be an interior rusher, in my opinion. As the Cowboys are now officially on the clock at pick 56, they got 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining to make their pick, but it's probably going to go in now that I said that. But we'll see. The Cowboys could be trading the pick. Could be looking to trade. Because we are 20 picks away right now from the Broncos selection. Officially 20 picks away. And I think a trade up right now would cost our 4th round pick. So we would trade 76 and our 4th round pick for this pick, and then we wouldn't pick until the 5th round tomorrow. That's what I think it would look like. Of course, it could be more. But I'm kind of just spitballing off the top of my head what I think a trade could look like. It looks like they might be trying to trade. They're not on the phone with anyone. They're just sitting around. They got 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to make a trade. Unless they're on the phone with their... They could be on the phone right now. We'll see. But their pick officially isn't submitted. Jerry Jones is laughing. Two minutes left officially for the Cowboys to put in their pick. The timer is tricking down. Phil Yates has Roman Wilson above Troy Franklin, which I disagree. I like Roman Wilson, but I definitely think Troy Franklin is the better receiver. Cowboys have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to make a selection. Could be trading. Could be trading the pick. Cowboys are taking their sweet time right now. 1 minute left for the Cowboys. The pick is now in for the Cowboys. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Cowboys, you don't need a receiver. You got CD already. You got, actually, they do probably need a receiver. I just hope it's not Troy Franklin. But I like Jalen Tolbert, who they have. I do like Jalen Tolbert, kind of as a number 3 slot guy. But we'll see. Troy Franklin is a solid 2. I'm kind of scared right now because there's not that buffer anymore for Troy Franklin. Adonai Mitchell was the buffer always, and then now the buffer is kind of gone. Of course, I wanted Adonai Mitchell too, but when there's 2 guys you like falling, you really don't want to see one of them go a decent ways before your next pick. They have Chad Henning and some NFL or some USA veterans making the pick here. We could. You think the Cowboys are going to take Corley? They absolutely could. Absolutely could. And same thing with the Broncos. All right, here's the Cowboys selection. Had a veterans flag football, or I guess not flag, but might have been, but a football game. Good for them. That's cool. To have some veterans there. All right, let's see who the selection is. Marshawn Nealand, an edge rusher out of Western Michigan. Marshawn Nealand. I liked him, but let's see here. Western Michigan, 57. The Buccaneers are on the clock. I want to see who my best edge rushers available were, though. I liked Gabriel Murphy, Adisa Isaac, Brandon Dorless, Darius Robinson, and Braylon Trice. I'm surprised he went over Trice. Well, was Braylon Trice drafted yet? I can't remember if he was. I don't think he was, but if he was drafted over Braylon Trice, that is crazy. Let's look here. Trice. Yeah, no, he wasn't drafted yet. So, to me, a little bit of a reach, but I think he's a solid football player. Maybe it's just because he went to a smaller school. But, yeah. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. On the website, they said the pick was in. So, it might be in, but the graphic hasn't updated yet. With Marshawn Nealand. Had 157 career tackles and 13 sacks. Buccaneers, it says they got 5 minutes left, but the pick just went in, so the Green Bay Packers are on the clock at 58, followed by the Texans at 59. Yeah, Jared Verse was a first-round pick. Jared Verse went number 19 overall in the first round to the Los Angeles Rams. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're at commercial break. I'll be back. I'm going to hit the restroom again. I've been drinking so much water. All right. Still at commercial break. So many commercial breaks, dude. Still at commercial break. The commercials keep rolling on. I thought we were back from commercial. But I think they're doing a college game day commercial right now. It's an SEC commercial actually. Okay,
Okay, now we should be back. They're asking NFL prospects their favorite meal. I'm trying to remember, has Chicago selected today? I think they have. I'm trying to remember who they selected. Maybe not. I might just be missing it. I might just be blind because the text is kind of so small on my screen here. But we're officially back. The Buccaneers pick is in. The Packers are on the clock, but their pick should probably be in. So the Houston Texans might be on the clock. All right, here's a Buccaneers selection. Chris Braswell, edge from Alabama. That is a good pick. I like Chris Braswell. My only comment is over Braylon Trice. Over Braylon Trice? That's I don't know. I liked Trice more, but I think Braswell is still a solid player. Still a solid edge rusher. Obviously, the number 2 guy there, across from Dallas Turner, but he was patient during his time in Alabama. Could have easily transferred because he was behind Dallas Turner and Will Anderson. Waits it out, gets a chance to start this year, and has worked his way to become a second-round pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Packers pick is in. The Houston Texans are on the clock. And then the Buffalo Bills are on the clock at 60. Please. I want Troy Franklin. I want Bo to get his college teammate. Come on. Give us 2 Oregon Ducks in this year's draft. 2 Oregon Ducks. Here's the Packers selection. Brian Bulaga's back. Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia. See, I'm not a big fan of the safeties this year. Now that's probably different to a lot of other people. I'm personally not a fan. He was my 4th best safety, I think, but like I said in my ranking safety video, I think you could move any 4 of them, any of the top 4, and have the top one. I had Nubin as 1, Kinchin's at 2. Oh, who was my number 3? It was Kalen Bullock at 3, and then Bullard at 4. And now here at pick 59, the Houston Texans are on the clock. And at this point, I am kind of pounding louder. Okay, that looked really weird. But I am pounding the table to get Troy Franklin. How many picks this round? I got you. So we got the Texans pick. So the Texans pick is in. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Then after the Bills, it's the Lions. Then it's the Ravens. Then it's the Niners. Then it's the Chiefs. So there's 6 total picks left if you include the Texans. And this is kind of where I'm feeling confident. We can trade one of our 5ths, maybe, to move up. Maybe a 5th and a 6th to move up. But here's the Texans selection at pick 59. Blake Fisher, tackle out of Notre Dame. The other Notre Dame tackle, of course, Joe Alt being the number 5 overall pick, who's a great tackle to the Los Angeles Chargers. The Buffalo Bills are officially on the clock. You guys just took Keon Coleman. You do not need Troy Franklin. Did I just see lightning? Did I just see lightning outside my house? I did. because it's a storm and my dogs are freaking out. All right, Bills on the clock. Hey, Buffalo, you traded with another AFC West team last night. You want to trade with another one tonight, maybe? As we're going to commercial break, Buffalo, you want to maybe trade the pick? We haven't had a trade in a while. Buffalo, you want to trade the pick to the Broncos, maybe? I don't know if you want to, maybe. I'd like to pair our franchise quarterback with his college weapon, with his college receiver. They still got 6 minutes left, the Bills do. You wouldn't take two receivers in the second round, Bills. You wouldn't. You wouldn't do it. Five minutes, 25 seconds left for the Bills here. My biggest question is what number is Bo Nix going to wear? I'm hoping 10, but with Zach Wilson taking it, we'll see. We'll see if they just revoke Zach's privileges. We're going to take number 10 for Bo Nix. Just under 4 minutes left. The Bills pick is in. They're not trading it. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. And the Lions, you don't need a receiver. You just extended Amon-Ra. You have Jameson Williams. Now, you don't have Josh Reynolds, who's a Bronco now. But let's look at your weapons. You don't need a weapon here. You don't need a wide receiver. Jeez, why was that so hard to get out? But you have Amon-Ra, Jameson. I mean, Khalif Raymond, Donovan Peoples-Jones aren't great, but you can get a receiver later. You got other needs, Detroit. You've got other needs. Come on, leave Troy Franklin for the Broncos. You need a corner. Well, you need a cornerback, offensive line. That's your two top needs, and then the receivers a third one, according to the draft tracker that I'm looking at to track the picks. But the Bills pick is in and the Lions pick is in, and it says the Ravens are on the clock. Also, their draft tracker, the timer is no longer here with the bottom timer. Maybe it was frozen or something. Could the Ravens take a receiver? I hope not. I know they just extended Rashad Bateman. But they have Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar is their top three. Tylan Wallace, who I like. So we'll see. All right, here's the Bills selection at pick number 60. Well, you'd assume because we're back from commercial break. Here's the Bills selection. Cole Bishop, another safety. Yeah, I mean, I liked him as a safety, but I'm not a huge fan of safeties in this class. I think they're, I don't know. I don't know what it is about this safety class. Not maybe my cup of tea. But at 61, the Detroit Lions are on the clock, the hosts of the draft. Then it's followed by the Baltimore Ravens. And then I believe it's the Chiefs, then the Niners and then the Chiefs. Yeah. Niners and the Chiefs. We'll see. 4 picks left. And now it says the Ravens pick is in. So we're getting behind here, NFL. Come on. Come on. This is striking range, I think, for the Broncos if we did want to trade up for Franklin. That would be my preference, but I don't know. We'll see. The pick is in officially for the Lions on the TV. But, yeah, here's the selection for the Lions here. Oh, here's Barry, the GOAT. Barry. So Barry's not announcing it. It's the mayor announcing the pick, the mayor of Detroit. All right. Baltimore, then San Francisco, then the Chiefs after the Lions pick here. All right, come on. Let's get the pick announced, Mr. Mayor. Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback out of Missouri. That was the best cornerback available. That was the best cornerback available out of Missouri. There's another Missouri cornerback, Chris Abrams-Drain, who will go a little bit later, probably tomorrow. But, yeah. There we go. There we go. The best cornerback left in this draft. Here's the Baltimore Ravens at pick number 62. And we're almost in the third round. Almost in the third round, and Troy Franklin is still available. And this Rakestraw doesn't look at. I don't know. I wasn't paying too much attention. I will say there are 2 players who well, not me personally. I played high school. My team, my high school, played high school football against. I was a backup quarterback. I was a backup QB in high school. But 2 guys that my team played were Drake Nugent, a guard from Michigan from the national champions, and Roger Rosengarten, who was the tackle for Washington. So my team, we played against those 2 guys in high school football. So that was pretty cool. The Ravens pick is in. The pick is in for the Ravens here. Next commercial break, I got to go check on my dogs. This storm is absolutely freaking them out. But the Ravens pick is in. I feel like I don't know. Maybe the Broncos think we can wait and have them fall, but to me, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I'm not super patient if there's a guy who I really want like this, but we'll see. Here's the Ravens selection. Here's Haloti Nada making the selection for the Ravens. Roger Rosengarten, who I was saying, who my high school we played. So a guy who is a local to Colorado. Roger Rosengarten, offensive tackle out of Washington. Yeah, a local guy, local Colorado guy. Good for him. Good for you, Roger. Let's go. Let's go. Represent. Represent. Come on now. The 49ers are on the clock now. The 49ers are trading the pick. The 49ers trade the pick to the Chiefs. Get out of here. Get out of here. They better not take Franklin. I know they took Worthy last night. But Casey and San Francisco essentially swap picks. Yeah, Rosengarten's a dog, dude. Absolute great pick. Great pick. Let's go, Roger. Let's see if anyone I know who was pretty close to him is posting anything. I mean, that's cool. Because I'm sure a lot of people, because I don't know, he's pretty close to me, I'd assume, for his draft party. So I think some of my buddies who know him they could be at his draft party. We'll see. Oh, Chiefs, please don't take Troy Franklin. Go any position but wide receiver. You got your guy. The pick is in for the Chiefs. Nugent will get drafted for... I think so, too. I think Nugent's more of a... I don't know. I think he's going to be tomorrow, obviously. But I like him in the 5th, 6th-ish area. Here's the Chiefs. All right. Who are the Chiefs selected? There's former Bronco Jamal Charles. You know, Broncos legend. Anyway, here's the Chiefs selection. Kingsley Saimatia. My best tackle available. Offensive tackle out of BYU. He's cousins with Penei Sewell. So he trains with Penei Sewell, one of the best offensive tackles in the league, as the 49ers are now on the clock. And yeah, he's going to Kansas City. I don't think he's going to be as good as Penei Sewell, but he trains with him, and they'll test each other, with them being cousins, of course. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, and this is the last pick of the second round. So unless the 49ers are going to trade down again and we're trading up, I don't know. We'll see. We're getting close. We're getting so close. We're picking at 76. We're 12 picks away right now. We are 12 picks away as the Niners have 4 minutes left to select their player. I keep pronouncing his name wrong. It's Suamataia. It's Suamataia, but I keep saying Saimatia. It's a hard name to pronounce. It's a hard name to pronounce, but it's Suamataia. That is the correct pronunciation. Yeah, started at Oregon, transferred to BYU. The pick is in for the Niners. And this is the last pick of the second round before we move on to the third round. Kingsley Suamataia. Niners, they obviously took a receiver last night in Ricky Pearsall. So I'm hoping they don't take a receiver here. With us being at commercial break, I'm going to go run and check on my dogs, make sure they're not tearing anything up with this storm. A pick is in for the Niners. Now, if we were to trade up, I would say we could trade our last 5th-round pick. We have 3, so we could trade one of them if we wanted to move up. Or we could be patient and wait it out. All right. Still at commercial break, by the way. All right. Come on. Niners don't need a receiver. They already took Ricky Pearsall. I think every Broncos fan wants Troy Franklin right now. Get Bo Nix his buddy. I know he has a adopted brother in Tez Johnson, but he is not coming out this draft. Tez Walker, that's not Tez Johnson. Tez Walker went to North Carolina, but Tez Walker is going to be coming out next year in next year's draft. I don't know if he's going to be a super high pick, but I want Troy Franklin so bad. I feel like people are sleeping on him. All right, 49ers, who are you selecting here? Come on. We're getting so close, dude. We're just over 10 picks away. All right, come on. They're showing or teasing the schedule release with it's coming next month and stuff. But come on, let's get to there. I need the Broncos to take Troy Franklin. All right, here's the Niners pick. Anthony Adams is announcing the Niners pick. Renardo Green, cornerback out of Florida State. I liked Renardo Green, maybe a little bit early. As we are now in round 3, I'm going to be deleting the first round now from the scroll because that's going to be a little bit too much. So, yeah, 32 Xavier Legette, South Carolina. Boom. Round 1 is gone. Round 3, we are officially in round 3 with the Carolina Panthers on the clock at pick 65. So let me switch the draft tracker over because okay. Yeah, we are officially in the 3rd round. My computer is kind of lagging a little bit. All right. Round 3, we don't pick till 76. The Jets just traded up with Carolina. I'm not feeling good about this. Are they going to take a receiver? A pick is in now for the Jets. Here's the Jets selection at pick 65. They're doing a military thing here. You think the Jets take a quarterback? I mean, I know they got Aaron Rodgers and he's not going to be there forever, but I don't know. I feel like they could wait. Maybe. I don't know. Because I feel like Aaron Rodgers is this year and then maybe one more year. So, I mean, I guess you're right, but I don't know. Maybe take a guy next year when it's not a top-heavy quarterback class and you can find solid depth guys. But, I mean, that's my say. They could absolutely take a quarterback here. We'll see. We will see. Waiting for them to come and announce the Jets selection. Dun, dun. They're doing military stand-up. Good for them. They took Olu Fashanu in round 1. They also didn't have a 2nd-round pick. The Jets make dumb picks this story. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I feel like there's a couple teams that do that. Sometimes, unfortunately, the Broncos, we do that too. But I feel like for the most part, we do decent. But I guess in recent memory, it hasn't been super great. So, well, okay, I guess they're not announcing. They were just. Okay, Arizona's now selected, and the Commanders are on the clock. They still haven't announced the Jets pick, so we're just waiting. All right. Yeah, there's 5 minutes in between picks here, and we're still taking forever to announce these picks. We still haven't announced the first pick in the 3rd round. There's been 2 selections where the picks are in, and someone else is on the clock. So let's get to announcing these. I'm sorry. I'm stressed out. Here's the Jet selection. And then when these guest announcers come on, they take 20 years to give their story and get chance going. All right, here's a Jet selection. Malachi Corley. Okay. They go receiver. Not the receiver I wanted, but the receivers are starting to thin out. They took your guy. Dang, that sucks, SG. I'm sorry. Yeah, I remember when the Lions took Brian Branch last year because that was my guy. But I want Troy Franklin. That's kind of my guy right now who I want. But a guy that's like my guy who I'm super high on that maybe not a lot of people are, is Jaheim Bell, the tight end out of Florida State. But right now I'm wanting Troy Franklin. We'll see. With them selecting Malachi Corley, we might have to trade up. But we already know the Cardinals pick is in because I heard it from the announcer in the stage. But yeah, we'll see. They got a minute 30 here, but the pick is in. The Commanders' pick is also in. The Patriots are on the clock. I feel like, I don't want to say it, but I feel like the Patriots might be where the receiver goes or where Troy Franklin goes, because after that, the Chargers already took their receiver. The Giants have taken a receiver, of course, unless they go 2. The Panthers have taken a receiver. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to trade up. We're getting close, but I don't know if he's gonna fall to us. He could, but I'm starting to get nervous. I am starting to get nervous. All right, here's Leonard Davis to announce the Cardinals selection. Trey Benson, running back out of Florida State. I like him. I think he's my number 2 running back behind Braylon Allen. But I think he could be the best back out of this class potentially. Washington is on the clock. Their pick might already be in. The Pats could go tight end. They still have Hunter Henry, though, I believe, right? All right, let me see here. The receivers are Kendrick Bourne, Demario Davis. The Patriots also took Jalen Polk. They took Jalen Polk, so they could go tight end here. We'll see, unless they double up on receiver. But yeah, the Patriots have Jalen Polk, who they just drafted. I think they could go O-line. I think O-line might be the pick for them. Might be the pick for them. That or a tight end, absolutely. But we'll see. All right, yeah, we're just waiting for the Commanders right here. Here's the Commander selection. I think they go probably offensive line here to help Jaden, but we'll see. Brandon Coleman. They announced him as a tackle, but he's a guard out of TCU. I'll be honest, this is kind of a guy who wasn't really on my radar as New England is on the clock. Brandon Coleman. I don't think I had him rated in my top 10 interior guys. Maybe it's because I did interior, which combines guards and centers, but not really on my radar. Let's see here. Interior, Brandon Coleman. Did I have him ranked? I did. He was my number 17 player, my number 17 interior, not my number 17 player, my number 17 guard, or not guard, my number 17 interior player this year out of TCU. Solid pick, but there's a lot of guys who I still liked over him. Cooper BB, he is still available. That is absolutely wild. That is wild. Okay, yeah. That is crazy. I don't know about that. The pick is in for the Patriots, by the way, followed by the Chargers and the Giants. If Franklin gets by the Patriots here, let's say he does. Let's look at the tracker. I don't think he's going to go to the Chargers. I don't think he's going to go to the Giants, and I don't think he's going to go to the Cardinals. Don't think he goes to the Panthers. I think the biggest threat to take him before the Broncos is going to be the Cowboys and the Falcons. I think the biggest threat to take Franklin right now is the Cowboys or Falcons, barring a trade. The pick is officially in for the Patriots. The Chargers are back on the clock. How bad is it raining? Dang, it is raining hard right now. In my opinion, though, the Patriots should take offensive linemen to protect Drake May, invest in your franchise quarterback or tight end, like you mentioned, SG. Should take one or the other, in my opinion. Oh man. Patriots and Chargers pick. Both of them are in. Let me look at something. Let's see here. All right, are we back from commercial? We were at commercial just now. I think we're back. The best available. Troy Franklin is third best available. Please, please. Come on. Come on, the Giants are on the clock. You don't need another receiver. You took Malik Neighbors, one of the best in the class. You don't need him. You don't need him. Broncos, you could trade a 5th-round pick to go get your guy. All right, Patriots pick is in, the Chargers pick is in, the Giants are on the clock. I think we're about to get a couple picks back to back to back here. The Giants pick is in, so the Cardinals are on the clock. We'll see. It's starting to move fast now with only 5 minutes to make your selection. So I would say in the next 20 minutes we should have our selection. Maybe in 20 minutes we should have our selection. It should not take 5 minutes a team. But all right, here's the Patriots selection. All right, here's the Patriots selection, I believe. Caden Wallace, a tackle from Penn State. Um, yeah, I don't think he was on my board. I think there's other tackles still available. I love Kieran Amagaji, the tackle out of Yale. I think he's solid. The Chargers are now on the clock. I think their pick's actually already in. But if I look here, let's look. Caden Wallace. Caden Wallace on my tackles. He was my number 20 tackle in this entire class. The guys who I like above him that are still available are Kieran Amagaji, Christian Jones, Matt Consalvis, Javon Foster, Julian Pearl, Garrett Greenfield, and Walter Roos. But yeah, the Chargers pick is officially in. The Giants are on the clock, and I imagine there's a lot of picks that are in. The Chargers pick is in. The Giants pick is in. It doesn't say that the Cardinals are on the clocks unless they made like a trade. But I don't know. That's just what the website says. Here's the Chargers selection. Here's the Chargers selection. As the lightning keeps flashing out there. Oh, they're going to Michigan guy. Junior Colson, linebacker out of Michigan. Yeah, so he's reuniting with his college coach, Junior Colson is, as the Giants are on the clock, followed by the Arizona Cardinals. Junior Colson, linebacker out of Michigan. In terms of linebackers, he was my number 4 linebacker behind Edgerrin Cooper, who has already been taken, Jeremiah Trotter from Clemson, Peyton Wilson, who I don't mind him being selected over because of the injury concerns. I think Junior Colson is a solid pick. Junior Colson is a great pick. Great pick in my opinion. The Giants are, I think their pick is in, and now the Cardinals are on the clock. We're getting close, Broncos country. We're getting close. We're 6 picks away. 6 picks away. The Avs game is about to turn on, so I might have to throw on the ESPN app as the Giants pick is officially in on the screen. Just might have to throw throw the game in terms of the ESPN app just to see the action that's going on here. But oh, we're getting close. Come on, give me Troy Franklin, please. Please. Come on, please. Oh, man, that would be such a great, just reuniting college quarterback and receiver. You got the timing, you got the familiarity. And then you got someone who has the upside to be a wide receiver 1. That is tremendous, tremendous value. I would have traded up a while ago. You guys know that because I'm not super patient. But yeah, here's the Giants selection. Is this okay? It's Tiki Barber. I thought so. I always forget which one's Rondé and which one's Tiki. Which I guess not which one, but who played where. But I remember as a kid, they were like 2 players I knew that weren't on the Broncos when I was super young. Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky. $71. The Cardinals are on the clock. Leading up to the Broncos pick, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Cardinals, then the Panthers, then the Cowboys, then the Falcons, then the Bears. There are 5 teams ahead of us. 5 teams we have to avoid of taking a receiver. I don't think the Cardinals take one because they selected last night Marvin Harrison Jr. Last night, the Panthers selected Xavier Legette. I don't think they do because they selected Jonathan Mingo last year. Let me look at the depth chart for the Panthers because they have Xavier Legette. They have Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, Jonathan Mingo, Terrace Marshall, all guys I like. I don't think they take one. The Cowboys absolutely could. That's what scares me is the Cowboys. The Falcons could take one, but probably not. And then I don't think the Bears. So I think right now we have to fade the Cowboys. The Cowboys just have to pass, and I think we'll be good as the Cardinals pick is in and the Panthers are on the clock. Oh, here's the Cardinal selection. Isaiah Adams, guard out of Illinois. I like it. I like Isaiah Adams. As pick 72, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. This is kind of where I'm hoping the Broncos trade here to jump the Cowboys. That's my hope. But in terms of Isaiah Adams, where he was ranked on my list, he was my number 12 interior guy. The guys above him that are still available are Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State, Bo Limmer, the center out of Arkansas. So since it's a guard tackle, you can probably, I don't mind it. Zach Center was above him. Dominic Pooney, who also plays guard tackle, who I liked a little bit more out of Kansas. Christian Mahogany, Christian Hayes, Cedric Von Prawn, and Cooper BB, all still available. Yeah, Isaiah Adams I like, but I think there were better players available to be selected as the Panthers are on the clock. I'm hoping this is where the Broncos trade. There's 1 minute left for the Panthers, so they could be thinking about a trade here. This could be a trade. It's not, though. The pick just went in. I need to stop saying that. I need to stop saying that. I'm nervous about Dallas. I'm super nervous about Dallas taking our guy. Super nervous. Yeah, Panthers need O-line defense. I agree. They don't need a receiver, but the Cowboys is what worries me, or who worries me about taking Franklin. If Franklin doesn't go to the Cowboys, I think we're in the clear unless a team trades up. But oh, dude, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Dallas, please don't. Cowboys, Cowboys, Cowboys. Please don't take a receiver. You think the Cowboys will take a linebacker? Let's see. I wanna look at their weapons that they have. Cowboys depth chart. Let's see their weapons. They got. You're right. They do have Brandon Cooks. I kind of forgot about Brandon Cooks, and I like Jalen Tolbert and Kavontae Turpin. Now, are they sold on those guys? I know that CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, 1-2. So I don't know. Maybe they wait to take a receiver. I think they'll take a receiver at some point. Maybe not this high. You could be right. They could go linebacker. Leighton Vander Esch did retire. I forgot about that. If we look, they run a 4-3. So they have Damon Clark, Eric Kendricks, DeMarvion Overshown. Yeah, they could. They could. I could also see them probably going a corner. Which corner, though? Let me look at my board. Who's still available if they go corner? It would be TJ Tampa. TJ Tampa would be the cornerback I would take for the Cowboys. I'm a little bit lower on TJ Tampa than a lot of people, but I think he's still a solid player. All right. All right. Here's the Panther selection. Here is the Panther selection. Followed by the Cowboys, the Falcons, and then Bears before us. Right? Panthers, Cowboys, Falcons, Bears. Cowboys, Falcons, Panthers, Bears. Here's the Panther selection. Trevin Wallace, linebacker out of Kentucky. Solid pick. Solid linebacker. As the Cowboys are now on the clock, and this is the place that worries me about Troy Franklin. But I really like Trevin Wallace. He's one of my better linebackers. He is currently my number 6 linebacker. He was my number 5 when I was debating who I wanted as my number 5 and 6 linebacker. I ended up putting Cedric Gray above Trevin Wallace. But Trevin Wallace is absolutely a fantastic pick and a fantastic linebacker as he heads to Carolina to help build up that defense. Now, the Cowboys are on the clock, and this is the pick that This is the place that makes me nervous the most for Troy Franklin. I think if they don't take Troy Franklin, Franklin is a Bronco. I think he's a Bronco. We'll see, though. We'll see. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. Oh man, the Cowboys are on the clock. Cowboys on the clock. Falcons next, then the Bears. Oh, the pick is in for the Cowboys. The Falcons are on the clock. Oh, here's the Cowboys selection. Cooper, baby! Guard out of Kansas State. Let's go. Let's go. Franklin, you are a Denver Bronco. I don't want to say that too early, so. But I'm hoping. As the Falcons are on the clock. I don't think the Falcons need a receiver. They have Drake London. They have Kyle Pitts. You know, they have some guys there in Atlanta. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. The Falcons, Atlanta Falcons. They, of course, have Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Rondale Moore, which isn't great, so they could go receiver. They could. The Falcons are kind of worrying me now. The Falcons are kind of worrying me now about potentially taking Troy Franklin. But, oh, man, we'll see. We'll see. I'm nervous. I am so nervous. The Avalanche game is about to start, but I'm paying attention to the draft tonight. We're going to be watching in the background. Pick is in for the Falcons. The Bears are on the clock. If the Falcons don't pick and the Bears select a pick, I don't think they're taking a receiver because they've already selected Rome Odunze. They have DJ Moore. They have a solid receiving core. So if... Oh, we're so close. Come on. Come on. We want Troy. We want Troy. Come on, Sean. Bo was your guy. Get Bo his guy. Bo was your guy. Get Bo his guy. Come on. Come on. Here's the Falcon selection. Braylon Trice, edge out of Washington, but they didn't announce it. They're talking about, it was Nick Saban on there. I don't like that. 75, the Chicago Bears are on the clock. And then we're next. We are next. When the Broncos are on the clock, I will not be looking at the chat because I do not want to get spoiled. I just don't like spoilers. I doubt it's going to happen. But I will be covering the chat until after the Broncos pick as soon as we go on the clock. The Bears still haven't put their pick in. Please don't trade it, Chicago. Please don't trade it. The one time I don't want to trade. Right now. I do not want to trade. I want to see that the pick is in, Chicago. All right, Bears. I just want to see that the pick is in, Chicago. I just want to see that the pick is in. Come on. Come on. Put your pick in, Chicago. You don't want to trade. You don't want to trade. Three minutes left for Chicago. All right, Chicago has put the pick in, which means the Denver Broncos. We are on the clock, which means Troy Franklin is, if we select him, will be a Bronco. I don't think he's going to the Bears. I really don't. Come on. Not looking at the chat until after the Broncos selection. Not looking at my phone, not looking at anything. Don't want to get spoiled. In fact, I'm going to turn my phone around, and we're at commercial. We're at commercial break. I'm going to go to the bathroom while we wait. All right. Oh, come on. Come on. I don't have to look at it right now, but let me check. Yeah, the Bears are on the clock, or their pick is in. We're on the clock. I don't want to be spoiled, so not looking at anything. Come on. Still got to wait for the Bears pick. All right, come on. Come on, commercial. Come on, commercial. I need to get off my phone. I kind of just mindlessly just picked it up. All right, come on. Let's get Troy Franklin here. Dude, why do these commercials take forever? Come on. It feels like they've been way longer this year. Bro, come on. Come on. Here's the Chicago Bears selection. There's Charles Tillman making the selection for the Bears. Kieran Amagaji, you tackle out of Yale. I like that pick. Out of Yale. Great pick. I love that pick. Come on. 76 Broncos. Let's make our selection. Come on. Troy Franklin. Come on. Come on. Let's take Troy Franklin here. I mean, if we don't, I mean, it's not the worst pick, but I mean, I would be very, very disappointed. Very disappointed. All right, I got to get the Avs game up. The Avs game is starting here soon. Not switching off the draft, just kind of off the side. Just watching the updates on my phone. All right, we're on the clock. Who's it going to be? I'd prefer Troy Franklin. If we go a different route, it wouldn't be bad depending on who it is, but I want Troy Franklin. I don't know why people are so low on him right now. if we do, I mean, our pick isn't in on my screen, but if I don't know, if we don't select him here, I don't think we get another shot at him. I don't, but we'll see. Tony Scheffler, here he is. All right, here we go. Come on. All right, here we go. Hi. Jonah Ellis, edge out of Utah. I mean, I don't hate the pick, but I would rather have Troy Franklin. I would rather have Troy Franklin as the Raiders are on the clock. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. I don't hate Jonah Ellis. He's an edge rusher, but I would have preferred Troy Franklin. And I mean, the only way we get him, in my opinion, is if we trade up, and I just don't see us doing that. So, all right. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player, but yeah, I would have the Raiders pick is in. I would have preferred Troy Franklin. Much more of an exciting pick, but let me look at my best edge rushers available. Jonah Ellis was my 12th best edge rusher. I liked personally Gabriel Murphy, Adisa Isaac, Brandon Dorless. I liked them all more. I liked all of them more. So, yeah, it is what it is. Here's the Raiders selection. They take Delmar Glaze, offensive tackle out of Maryland. I think he can also play guard. I think I had him as a guard, but he can play tackle too. That's what they announced him as. 78, the Philadelphia Eagles are back on the clock. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Troy Franklin is falling, dude. Nope, the Eagles are trading the pick to the Texans. The Houston Texans are on the clock. I got excited that it could be the Broncos, but I shouldn't have got my hopes up. Shouldn't have got my hopes up with. I mean, Jonah Ellis is a good pick, but I don't know. You think Troy Franklin will go to the Bengals? He could. He could. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping we trade up for him because I like Franklin way more than a lot of other players in this draft, but I doubt that's going to happen. But who knows? Sean Payton traded up back into the third last year for Riley Moss. The Avs game is on, so we're watching this on the side here. Well, not on the side, but it's the app, so it's not really the game. It's just updates, but... Is there something up with Troy Franklin? I'm just going to search his name on Twitter and see what comes up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We drafted Jonah Ellis, and then we got Drew Sanders, who can move, or might be moving to the edge, but the Colts are trading up to pick 79. The Cardinals get 82 and a sixth. So the Colts have the next pick, I believe, right? Yeah, they have the next pick. I don't think they're going Franklin because they selected Adonai Mitchell. But it's the Texans. Then it is it's not the Cardinals, it's the Colts. Texans, Colts, Cincinnati. All right, here's the Texans selection. Texans go Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC. All right, the Cardinals are on the clock. And do I think the Broncos are going to trade up? I hope so. I hope so because I really want Troy Franklin. I really do. If I look at my receivers right here, he's like the last elite wide receiver. I think that Roman Wilson is a solid receiver, but Troy Franklin is one of the last elite receivers on the board, in my opinion. I hope we trade up to get him, but I mean, we'll have to see. Also, at 79, I can't remember who's on the clock because the Cardinals traded it to the I can't remember who they traded the pick to. Cardinals trade the pick to the Colts. That's right. The Colts, they're not taking a receiver here as they selected Latu, and Adonai Mitchell. That's a great draft so far. Next up is Cincinnati and Seattle. So we'll see. We'll see. For real. I'm with you, SG. I think all of Broncos country wants SG or wants Troy Franklin. Yeah. He is... I don't know. He's the last elite wide receiver who is a wide receiver 2 most likely now, but has number 1 upside. So we'll see. Here's the Colts selection. The Indianapolis Colts select Matt Gonzalez, tackle from Pittsburgh. I like that pick. I like Matt Gonzalez out of Pittsburgh. And now the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Bengals are on the clock. The pick is in. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. Who's this going to be? Just because I think it's highly unlikely that we get Troy Franklin now. My best receivers so available are Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, Johnny Wilson, Jalen McMillan, Brendan Rice, Tez Walker, Jermaine Burton, or Luke McCaffrey later. Tyrone, I like it. Jonah Ellis is a great pick, but I'm a bit disappointed because I wanted Troy Franklin, a receiver out of Oregon, to pair up with Bo Nix. But he's a great player, but I'm a little bit disappointed if I'm being honest with you. Yeah. Jermaine Burton, wide receiver out of Alabama. So, I mean, what is going on with Troy Franklin? I want to trade up for him, honestly. But, Tyrone, I loved Troy Franklin. That's why I wanted him. I think he's going to be an elite receiver, one of the top receiver prospects. And you get to pair him up with his college quarterback and Bo Nix. That's who I wanted. So when Jonah Ellis was announced, I was disappointed. But don't get me wrong, Jonah Ellis is a fantastic player. You know, he'll be a solid edge rusher. I don't think he starts right away, but he's a solid edge rusher who you can develop into something. But I would have liked Troy Franklin personally. As the Seahawks are on the clock. I was going to say knowing our luck, the Seahawks are probably going to take Troy Franklin, but they don't need another receiver with DK, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Pick is in for the Seahawks. The Cardinals are on the clock. Yeah. I feel like a lot of us Broncos fans, we wanted Troy Franklin, just pairing up your future franchise quarterback with his guy from college, his number one receiver from college. You got the familiarity. You got the timing down with that receiver already. It adds some comfortability. And he was an elite prospect, too. He was my number 7. He was my number 8 wide receiver in this class, but could have easily been higher. I liked him over Xavier Worthy, who I ranked higher. I just ranked Worthy higher because I knew teams were going to take him earlier because of that speed. But I liked Troy Franklin over Worthy. I honestly, if I'm being quite honest, I liked him over Xavier Legette as well. But yeah, Troy Franklin. If there's any way to trade up for him, I would trade up. But I think that would cost us our 4th round pick and 1 or 2 of our 3 5th-round picks. Maybe more, too. So, we'll see. We'll see what the Broncos do. Sean Payton, if he wants a guy, he'll trade up. He'll trade up. Still a 0-0 game in the Avs game. Come on. You think they go tackle next for when Bowles leaves? I'm still kind of feeling receiver. I mean, we don't technically need one with Marvin Mims and, Sutton is still here, Josh Reynolds, but I don't know. I still kind of want a receiver. I think this might be Sutton's last year with the Broncos, if I'm being completely honest with you. So I still want a receiver, but I also, as much as I want Troy Franklin, when I look at next year's wide receiver class, I think there are some solid guys at the wide receiver position if we wanted to go receiver next year. Of course, the number one prize possession at receiver would be Luther Burden, but I like Emeka Ibuka from Ohio State. There's Isaiah Bond from Alabama, who now transferred to Ohio State. Evan Stewart from Texas A&M. Deion Burks. Teddiora McMillan from Arizona. There's some guys. My preferred guy would be Luther Burden or Emeka, though. But I think I would prefer Troy Franklin personally. All right, here's the Seahawks selection. All right, here's Tyler Lockett to make the pick. Christian Haynes, guard out of UConn. I liked Christian Haynes. That's a great value in my opinion. Well, a great value. I think this is the range he should have gone in, third round, but still a great pick as the Cardinals are on the clock. He was my if I can find it, sixth best interior guy out of all guards and all centers. Sixth best. Only in front of him was Cedric Von Prawn, who is still available, the center out of Georgia. But the top four guys are already gone. Cooper Beebe, Zach Frazier, Graham Barton, and Jackson Powers Johnson. Yeah, loved Christian Haynes. Going to be a solid pick. Obviously went to a smaller school in terms, well, not super small, but UConn is a smaller school for football. As the Cardinals pick is in, the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. Oh, geez, that was a bright lightning flash. Here's the Cardinal selection. Tip Ryman, tight end out of Illinois. The Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock, followed by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here are the picks that we still have left tonight in the third rounds. We have, oh my goodness, okay. We have the Rams on the clock, then the Steelers, then the Browns, then the Colts, then the Cowboys, then the Packers, then the Buccaneers, then the Cardinals, then the Packers, then the Buccaneers, then the Ravens, then the Steelers, or the Ravens, then the 49ers, then the Bills, then the Jaguars, then the Bengals, then the Steelers, then the Rams, and then the Commanders tonight. The pick is in for the Los Angeles Rams. I'm not saying receiver in general. I'm just saying specifically Troy Franklin is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about any receiver. But in terms of tackles, I don't know if I like many of the tackles left either. Yeah, I'll be honest. I do not like many of the tackles left. Personally. Honestly, I think what I want next would be a tight end. If it's not Troy Franklin, I want a tight end. All right, here's Isaac Bruce from the Rams. Blake Corum, running back out of Michigan. The Michigan running back is going to LA, to the Rams. Not the LA team with Jim Harbaugh. Here at 84, here is Pittsburgh. But, yeah, no, I still want Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin would still be my guy. If we don't go him, the next receiver that I would want, I kind of want Luke McCaffrey if we wait on a receiver till later. But we'll see. Steelers, the Rams pick, obviously Blake Corum. The Steelers are on the clock here at pick 84. All right. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers now. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Let's check in on the Avs game. Still 0-0 game. Jonah Ellis is the son of Luther Ellis, former Bronco. That's cool. I did not know that, actually. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. All right, Steelers pick is in. The Browns, pardon me, are on the clock. Another guy I like that, I don't think a lot of Broncos fans would like, and I don't think we would take him in the third round. I think it would be more of a fourth round pick. I like Braylon Allen, as here is the Steelers selection. The Steelers just took Roman Wilson, the wide receiver out of Michigan. There goes another Michigan guy. Back-to-back Michigan Wolverines and Blake Corum and Roman Wilson. He went to the Steelers. And I think I actually had them ranked very close. Let me see. Let me look at my big board here, because I think I had them ranked back-to-back. I did. I had Blake Corum and then Roman Wilson back-to-back as my, let's see here, as my 50th and 51st best players in this draft. think those are both great values for the Steelers and the Rams, respectively. I think I said that backwards, but I think you guys know what I mean. The Browns are on the clock here at 85. They have a minute left to submit their pick, and it just goes in every time I say it. Every time I say it, that's immediately when they submit their pick. I'm just shocked that he's still available. I don't know why people are so low on him. Whoever drafts him is going to get tremendous value. Hey, let's go. Let's go. The Avs scored. Come on now. Zach Parise. Let's go. Come on. All right. All right. Pick is in officially for the Browns. All right. Our 5th round pick is one something. It's in the 112-ish range. Can't remember exactly. I'm looking at it right now if it ever loads. I'm looking at it. Yes, sir. The Avs scored. Zach Parise. Yes, sir. The almost 40-year vet in his final season. All right, we have the 121st overall pick. A little bit later with the comp picks, I kind of forgot, but yeah, 120, 121, that's a while. I don't think he makes it to us. Yeah, 36 picks. 36 picks until ours. The pick is in for the Browns. The Colts are on the clock. We do have the second last pick in the draft, so we do. We do. That was the pick swap that we got in exchange for Zach Wilson. They couldn't even give us the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Come on. This is taking forever to load. Troy Taylor. You talking about the punter? I think Tory Taylor. I think that's who you're talking about. Tory Taylor, the punter from Iowa. He's a solid punter, and obviously you know that because you're an Iowa fan. So, I mean, I wouldn't hate that. I mean, I just know that I don't know. I know we signed Riley Dixon, but I'm not. I mean, it would be whatever for me. I wouldn't hate it, wouldn't love it. It would be what it was, so. All right, let's get back to round 3. The Browns pick is in. And who are they selecting? Okay, well, he just spoiled the pick before it got announced. Sagaziner, guard out of Michigan. All right, Philadelphia's on the clock. I'll be right back. Oh, shoot. The 49ers just traded up. Oh, they're taking Pooney? Yeah, their pick isn't even in for me right now. I mean, Dominic Pooney is solid. Can play guard, can play tackle. Played tackle in college. I think he probably moves to guard in the NFL. Well, that would be my guess anyway. All right. All right, the pick is in for the Niners. Believe it's going to be Dominic Pooney, but we shall see. All right, the pick is in for the Cowboys. I think I missed it. Yeah, so I'm just going to. Dominic Pooney. Let's see here. I got to go double check this. Yeah, Dominic Pooney, the guard out of Ohio State. They're starting to do what they do typically on day 3 where they just don't announce the picks and they just show it, which really annoys me. The Cowboys pick is in at 87. Oh, man, I am starving. I am excited to get some grub after this stream. All right. I know. I mean, I know a lot of you probably disagree, but I would personally, I would give up our fifths to go get Franklin, and that might be a big disagreement, and that's fine. That's your opinion, and you're more than welcome to have it, and I respect that. But I want Franklin. He has the upside to be a number one receiver. I thought he was a fringe first, early second round guy. He's still here towards the end. Maybe he goes here to the Cowboys. I wouldn't put it past him, but I throw that out there, but I don't think the Broncos are going to trade up again. I really don't think we are. All right, here's the Cowboys selection at 87. Maurice Liufau, linebacker out of Notre Dame. This dude is a mean dude. He will hit you, and he's a punisher. He's going to punish you. He's not afraid to hit. He's going to light you up. Now, yeah, he is a mean linebacker. This is a great pick. Honestly, an underrated linebacker. The Packers are on the clock. I had him ranked a little bit lower, but I guess I should say some other linebackers ranked above him. Maurice Liufau was my number 8 linebacker. The guys who I had available or ahead of him that were still available are Jalen Ford out of Texas, Tommy Eichenberg out of Ohio State, and Cedric Gray out of North Carolina. I think, yeah, those are the guys. I thought I was on the other one. Jonah Ellis over Jalks Hunt is wild. Maybe. I liked Jonah Ellis over Jalks Hunt, personally. But hey, to each their own. I like Jalks Hunt too, but yeah, I don't know. I personally prefer Ellis. All right, here's the Packers selection at 88. Marshawn Lloyd, running back out of USC. They just got Josh Jacobs, but they add Marshawn Lloyd, the running back out of USC, because I believe they lost both A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. At 89, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are back on the clock. We have, I think, 12 picks left. I think tonight we go till pick 100 in the 4th. Yeah, we go to pick 100 with the Commanders. So we got 11 picks. 11 picks left as the Buccaneers are now on the clock. All right, let's check on the Avs game. All right, end of the first. Avs still leading 1-0. Let's go. Tampa Bay, here's their pick. Tyke Smith, edge rusher out or safety out of Georgia. I can't. Tyke Smith, the other safety out of Georgia, that was not Javon Bullard. He also transferred from West Virginia. Played his first 3 seasons at West Virginia before transferring to Georgia for his final 2 years. At pick number 90, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. All right. So, players at each position that I would take. No more quarterbacks with us selecting Bo Nix. Running backs, I would love Braylon Allen, and I know some of you guys might disagree, and that's fine, but I really like Braylon Allen. If we don't go Braylon Allen, actually, okay, yeah, I was switching my things around. Braylon Allen. If we don't go Braylon Allen, another running back, I like Isaac Guerendo from Louisville, Isaiah Davis from South Dakota, Dylan Labe from New Hampshire. But I don't know. I think we can pass on running back this year personally. I like McLaughlin, Javonte, and Samaje. Receivers, obviously, you guys know I want Troy Franklin. But if we don't, I kind of want Luke McCaffrey. Wouldn't mind Tez Walker or Brendan Rice. But yeah, well, I just have to wait and see. Elijah Jones, cornerback from Boston College. And then another player that I would like would be my guy at tight end in Jaheim Bell. That's another player who I'd love for the Broncos to select. Not necessarily in a trade up, just in general. At some point in this draft. Doesn't have to be our next pick. Doesn't have to be a trade up, just at some point. But I would prefer a trade up right now. I'm gonna try and stop saying that. You guys know my selection and where I stand on who I want. The Packers pick is in at 91. Still storming. It is still storming by me. It's letting up a little bit, but it's still raining. But I think the storm has passed over a little bit. But it's also, I got my headphones on, so if it is still storming, it's going to be very quiet and I probably won't hear. So this is a little bit interesting. Let me find it. Someone asked, hearing anything for Broncos to trade up for a wide receiver in the third, Troy Franklin perhaps, and Benjamin Albright said maybe, but I sincerely doubt it'd be for Franklin. Sanders or Wright would seem more likely, and that would be for JT Sanders or for Jalen Wright, which I don't know. I would prefer not trading up for Jatavian Sanders or Jalen Wright. Franklin's my guy, but we'll see. Obviously, he could be wrong, but we'll see. All right, just waiting to come back from commercial for the Packers pick here. All right, here's Green Bay with the 91st pick. Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. Tyron Hopper, linebacker, Missouri. That's a solid pick. Here's my number 10 linebacker in this class. '92, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select, or they're not selecting, they're on the clock. But yeah, Tyron Hopper was my number 10 guy. Above him was Curtis Jacobs from Penn State, Jalen Ford from Texas, Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State, and Cedric Gray from North Carolina. I did have guys above him, but I agree with you, SG. It is a good value pick here in the third round because I thought a lot more linebackers would have gone by now. I thought Cedric Gray would be gone, Tommy Eichenberg. I thought those guys would be gone, but yeah. All right, here's the Buccaneers selection. Jalen McMillan, wide receiver out of Washington. All three of the big Washington wide receivers are gone. Dude, like whose wife did Troy Franklin sleep with? Like, what did he do to start falling this far? That's absolutely crazy to me. That is crazy. I mean, Jalen McMillan's a good receiver. I like Jalen McMillan. But oh my goodness, I can't believe he's fallen. The pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. I feel like they might go Troy Franklin here. That's kind of my gut feeling right now. But my gut feeling about a lot of things this draft has been wrong. So we'll see. As they're going back to commercial break. The picks that are left in the fourth round here, we have the Ravens, whose pick is in. Then on the clock is the Eagles. Then after that is the Bills, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, and the Commanders. Those are the final picks. We're at pick 93. We need to get to pick 100. So we have 8 picks remaining in the draft, including the Ravens one. I can't remember. Did Troy Franklin have an injury or something? Because at this point, I think this is a tremendous value pick from here on out, wherever you get him. And it's been that way for quite some time. Still in the first intermission for the Avs game, by the way. Waiting for the Ravens pick here at 93, waiting for them to get back from commercial break. All right, here's the Baltimore Ravens pick. At least it should be announced soon. Didn't interview. I mean, that is a big, big factor that we all forget about, because at the combine, like when you do drills at the combine, you can't take a whole stock into how they perform on the field. Sure, it can affect a little bit, but you can't. That can't be the make or break. But interviews, that is a big thing, a big thing. So, yeah, that could be the scenario. But just pair him up with his quarterback, his college quarterback at this point. All right, here's the Ravens selection as I get back to the Avs game. Here's Haloti Nada with the Ravens selection. All right, second period is starting for the Avs, and here's the Ravens selection. Adisa Isaac, edge rusher out of Penn State. I kind of liked him over Jonah Ellis for the Broncos pick, but yeah, this is a great pick. Adisa Isaac is a great pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Here at pick number 94 is the Philadelphia Eagles. Who is SG? Because yeah, that's just a serious accusation. So I don't want to be throwing that out around personally. So I'm curious. The Eagles pick is officially in. Here's the Eagles selection at pick number 94. They select Jaux Hunt. Edge out of Houston Christian. That's your guy, SG. Jalix Hunt. I can never pronounce his name. Jalix Hunt. As the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. Yeah, I mean Jalix is a solid player, but I don't know. With us selecting Adisa Isaac, I doubt we're going edge again, as the Bills pick is in and the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Here's the Bills selection at pick 95. Dwayne Carter, defensive lineman out of Duke. I like that pick for the Bills. I think this is excellent value. Dwayne Carter, defensive lineman out of Duke. Tremendous value for the Bills here. Pick 96. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Yeah, Jaguars are on the clock. I assume their pick might be in, and then it's the Bengals. The final few picks of this third round are going to be at pick 95. It was just Dwayne Carter. So we have the Jaguars, then the Bengals. Jaguars on the clock, Bengals up next, then the Steelers, then the Rams, and the Commanders. We have 5 picks left tonight. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. All right, the Jaguars pick is in. Bengals are on the clock. All right, here's the Jacksonville Jaguars selection, I believe. Just kidding. It's going to commercial break. Yeah, my guess is we're not going to be trading up tonight for the rest of the draft, or not for the rest of the draft, just for the rest of the night. I don't know. How the Avs looking? I'll let you know. My phone is not on there. We are still winning 1-0. About 15 and a half minutes remain in the second period. Yeah. Still 1-0. 15 and just under 15 and a half minutes now. We'll see. Here's the Jeopardy commercial again. Oh, man. That is unfortunate. Tyler Toffoli has scored for the Jets. It is a 1-1 game with just under 15 minutes at 14:57. Tyler Toffoli scores an unassisted goal. That's okay. We're still in it. We are still in it. Here's the Jaguars selection. Jer'Zhan Jones, the other Florida State cornerback, goes. Both of them went earlier than I expected. I think Renardo Green. I expected Renardo Green to actually go here in the third, but Jer'Zhan Jones I thought was more of a fifth-round guy. But I still do like him and his upside. Maybe a little bit early, but I'm not going to judge because obviously these scouting departments obviously know more and have more abilities to scout these guys. So Jer'Zhan Jones, the corner from Florida State, is heading to the Jaguars as the Bengals are on the clock, followed by the Steelers. We've got the Bengals, Steelers, Rams, Commanders left. Bengals, Steelers, Rams, Commanders. Here's the Bengals selection at pick 97. McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Now the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, then the Rams, then the Commanders. The pick is in for the Steelers at 98. And it's going to be the Rams, Commanders, and then we're going to get out of here. Going to grab some grub. And then I got to probably go to bed early if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow because I believe the draft starts at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So I got to make my thumbnail for tomorrow, schedule the stream, and yeah, get ready. Get ready for the abs. Get ready for the Broncos hopefully selecting Troy Franklin tomorrow because it is insane that he's still available. That is absolutely crazy. Come on. This better be the last commercial. Seriously. Seriously, this better be the last commercial of the night. It is still currently a 1-1 game, just over 13 and a half minutes for the Avs. All right, we're back. This better be no more commercials. All right, here's the Steelers selection. Peyton Wilson, linebacker out of NC State. Great player. Medical was scary. Was off the board for a lot of teams from what I heard. But he's got tremendous upside if the medical looks fine and if he can stay healthy. He is a tremendous player. Can play as an inside backer, can play as an edge rusher. He can do it all. He's a sideline to sideline player. He's got excellent pursuit, will close in, and he can make a play. Great player. The injuries are what dropped him in this draft. Now, the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock at pick number 99. And the pick is in for the Rams here at 99, which means the Washington Commanders are on the clock for the final pick of the third round. All right, here's the Rams selection, hopefully. Rams, then Commanders. He will get plenty of reps, especially with Russ at quarterback. I get what you mean. Here's a Rams selection. Cameron Kinchin, safety out of Miami. My second best safety in this draft. 11 interceptions. Safety out of Miami. But I just got your joke that you made there. I was a little bit confused that for a second, but here's the Washington Commanders with the final pick. I doubt we're trading up, but tomorrow I want Troy Franklin. I don't know if it's going to be their guy or Troy Franklin is their guy or not. I don't know. Sounds like he is and is. I don't know. That's who I'm wanting, but JT Sanders, Jalen Wright appear they could be the next picks for the Broncos. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The pick is in for the Commanders. The Broncos are not trading up tonight. We will be picking tomorrow at pick 121. So we will have to wait 20 picks tomorrow before our selection. But it's like 3 minutes in between picks. So it should be boom, 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 boom. It should get to us pretty quickly. I'd say it should get to us within 20 minutes. So, I mean, we won't even have to wait an hour for our selection tomorrow. But yeah, I guess my final thoughts on the Jonah Ellis pick are I like it, don't love it. It was a need, but I liked our young edge rushers. I really liked Benito, Jonathan Cooper, and Baron Browning. I liked those guys. We're adding Jonah Ellis to that group. Solid players, very solid player. Just a bit disappointing when you have a potential wide receiver one on the board in Troy Franklin, but maybe the NFL doesn't view him that way. So we'll have to see. Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver out of Rice. Wow. Wow. I liked Luke. I did. Yeah. Yeah, they took Luke McCaffrey, SG. Yes, sir. Solid player. I'm surprised he went in the third round, though. I am. All right, round 4 is starting tomorrow. But he will be a receiver for Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. All right. Well, the Broncos, we don't pick till pick 121 tomorrow. Let's see here. I'll just go to the, let's see here, if the thing ever loads. In the 4th round, we have, it's not loading. It's taken forever. But we pick out 121 tomorrow in the 4th. I'm just trying to confirm it right now before I sign off. We have the 21st pick in the 4th round, pick 121 overall, and then in the 5th round we actually have 3 5th round picks. And then in the 5th round, we actually have the first pick in the 5th round, 136th overall. Yeah, we have 3 5th rounders, SG. We have 3 5th rounders. And then we have 147 and 145 and 147. And then we have 203, I believe. 203 or 206 in the 6th. And then we have the second to last pick in the 7th tomorrow. So we do have, I think, 6 picks. What is that? 6 picks. 3 5ths, a 4th, a 6th. And yeah, we have 6 picks left. Could be trading up. We'll have to see. I'm hoping for Troy Franklin, but it might not work out that way. It might not work out that way. In the 6th round, we have pick 20. Is it 3 or 6? It looks like it's 207, actually. Pick 207, and then the second to last pick. But, yeah. That is going to do it here for day 2, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to schedule a stream at some point later tonight. It's probably going to be midnight, 2 in the morning. I don't know. Sometime super, super late. We'll see. Obviously, I want Troy Franklin, but I don't think he's going to fall to us tomorrow. Could, and then I don't know if that's their guy. Could be, could not be. We'll have to see. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. I will catch you tomorrow, hopefully. It's going to be a long stream. I'm going to be tired, but yeah. We're going to finish the draft, round out the draft. Always a sad time because I love the draft. Thank you. U2SG. Jesus is absolutely king. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, always a sad time, though, because the NFL draft's my favorite event of the year, and I wait every year for it, and it's the 3 days always go by super quick. But, yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow, and take care, and, yeah, I'll catch you in the next one.